6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, yeah. 2, 1, 2, yeah. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah. Yeah, 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2, yeah, yeah, yeah. Check 1, 2, yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, yeah.
Ebusia, the Makwaba about Daily Watch TV. So, we say earlier in your network problem. So, we are just trying to be getting back to you guys, so that whatever that is going on in Parliament. What do we say? Parliament, sitting in the Koso. What do we say? About 11111. Into Parliament, about 111. What do we say? With the people that are here, what do we say? The ministers, there. One back ministers menu na aba so far nti yɛ twɛn sɛ the rest of the ministers so bɛba nti yɛhwɛn sɛ ministers no bɛba 1111 nti ɔmo ba busam fa nkyɛ earlier on in network problem nti no try sɛ get it back to each and every one ɔhwɛ ojumu sɛ Alban Bagbin ne position no Alban Bagbin ne position no obi a nyamba obi ani hɔ no asat now ɔhwɛ mo Daily Watch TV so obi a nyamba ya ojumu sɛ the MPs for no ɔmo ba baako MPs for de ba na ɔmo da ɔmo ba nti ojumu sɛ ɔmo yɛ check up ɛhɔ no ojumu sɛ ɔhwɛ the this place in the ojumu sɛ ɔmo aba ebi mu the minority side no gɔfo bɛba ɛna wohwɛ majority side so gɔfo so bɛba 1111 na nti very soon yɛbɛkɔ abɔnten akahwɛ deɛ ɛkɔ so wɔ abɔnten so because wohwɛ abɔnten deɛ ɛkɔ so no deɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛde brɛ mu na mohu deɛ ɛkɔ so wɔ abɔnten to see say we are insider as at inside right now no otumu say the cause we insider as any there nkofo ne eba but munyam by fully nti be say yekwa abontin e di abonti view so ekyem na makɔhwɛ de esi wɔ abontin yeah nti no very soon yebekwa abontin because otumu hwɛ our Alban Bagbin position on there what you say obi anya ntena ase and majority side so we have the people not seated yet nti nkofo nya ntena ase you know very soon we'll be getting outside the outside view so be brem ohwe the view in the outside view so be brem what you say nkofo about betena ase one by one go for beba minister ohwe ministers in the omo beba one by one ministers in the omo ba one by one and you know very soon ebeko abontin na yake give him the outside viewer nama ahwe very soon we give him outside viewer very soon nti wohwɛ look at the parliament in there. When say nkɔfoɔ beba one nkɔfoɔ beba baako nti no as at 10 o'clock no mo saying say the parliament will be meeting nti 10 there abɔ 10:40 na abɔ 10:40 nti yɛhwɛ sɛ wohu sɛ parliament no deɛ mo baba MPs no beba one MPs for no ɔmo ba baako MPs for no beba baako busa mo fa nkyɛn sɛ earlier on your network no ha adwen nti no any cut here, so you need to restart again. Your network ha adwen nti we need to restart again nti you are watching the live streaming from Daily Watch TV live from the Parliament of Ghana nti yɛde every live streaming at the Bremo or the Parliament of Ghana. Okay, Parliament of Ghana, I say ministers in it. Baba in their names or Martinasia. It was a ministers of Mababa in their names of Martinasia. Omoye de.
Next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, yeah. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah. T, yeah. 1, 2. One, two, yeah. T.
Nti ebusa ohwɛ asante na ebi mo beba yeah ohwɛ asante na ebi mo beba some of the MPs for no beba ohwɛ from the range in the conform be beba one. So some are coming in
we've given you a platform. So if you come here and you also try to
into okay.
What I'm saying, you don't understand. What am I trying to say? You bring your this thing out so that at least when you want to answer, at least there will be a space so that we all can also back.
It means that some of the people are there. I'm having some conversation there. Conversation in there. Okay. Conversation I'm having in there is between them. Yeah, because I can share the way I'm so on. It means outside New Year. The corner I be bringing more the life with the cost outside the ultimate say we share top one Alban Bagbin place one of them there. Some of the people are there. Get some checkup. I will one. So I check up in there. In him there. Get checkup on me. I don't know how which of the checkup that they are doing over there. What me who say from afar no. What me say from afar no. Some of the we need be the MPs no it be mobile. What me say some of the MPs no that's their entrance. Be more fear ban no. The MPs and that's where they'll be coming from. And that's their entrance. Be more fear ban. That's where they'll be coming from. Yes. And you know, we inside we this positioner. This positioner. This is the minority side. This is the minority side now. What do you say? The people are coming in. Ibe Mubaba. One by one. Some people are coming in one by one. So what do you say? Some people are coming in one by one. Indeed. Nti ebusia ebekwa abonten to give you what is going on there right now. It means that some interviews need to go on. Some interview need to go on. So I need to give you with that interview now a course on
that's the Article 71, there's the Emoluments Committee that's coming before us. And 2, the vote to account budget for the first quarter of 2023. These are all things that will inure to the benefit of the NDC incoming majority caucus coming in on the 7th of January. So I don't think the Supreme Court has ruled, and we are lawmakers, we are bound by the ruling of the Supreme Court. So we come in today and just get on to the actual business of the House and make sure that we do it for the sake of Mother Ghana and for the sake of our Parliament.
Right. Now, prior to the election, there were a number of issues that you personally raised. You were seen as not in support of certain things, even from your own side. Now, with the aftermath of the elections, what have happened? Do you feel vindicated?
Well, I'm here to serve Ghana. I'm not here to serve a political party. Do I belong to a political party? Yes. But once I swear an oath of office as a member of Parliament, my duty or my fidelity to the constitution of Ghana, not to the NPP. And I've made that point on several platforms that those who have difficulty in accepting my position, that's fine. My position, according to the oath that I read, the verbs in the oath, the adjectives in the oath that I read, it's simple to uphold the Constitution. My fidelity is to the Constitution of Ghana. It's not to a political party. Once you enter this chamber, you are looking at Ghana. Because without Ghana, there will be no MPP, there will be no NDC. That's what we forget to bear in mind. I come here to do what is right for the people of Ghana. I've served over 5 decades of my life in this country. Some out of the country. But I believe that we've seen the worst, and we don't want the worst to happen. What brought the champions coup d'etat? It was to do with inflation. What brought Rollins' coup d'etat? Because of hoarding. You've seen all these things. Yeah, I'm not going to allow anybody to sit somewhere and dictate to me what I should do or what I think is best for this country. We've made a decision. We are going to stand by it. If what I was telling the government middle of 2022, which they failed to listen, was my own doing. You've seen the results. If what I was trying to tell the president, I've been vindicated by happenings, and more so the polls as conducted on the 7th of December 2024. Ghanaians are the better judges. And I kept saying that posterity will be on my side because I knew what I was talking about. So posterity has proved me right. It's up to the rest to accept the fact that we were not being fair to the issues. We are not being fair to the issues. You cannot win an election in this country without the economy. The economy. It's as simple as that. If you want to win the election in this country, you need to make sure that the economy is on a sound footing. We fail to do that and be punished because of that. So that is that.
Honourable, just briefly on expectations today, there are sentiments shared across that a number of your colleagues might not make it to the floor of the House today after the defeats they suffered.
Why are we
what's the general sentiment from within your caucus?
There's no sentiment. The sentiment is that we've been recalled by party. That's the job that we were elected to do. So everybody must show their face here. It's as simple as that.
And everybody will be here to pursue.
I suspect so. That's the job we're elected to do. The Speaker has summoned Parliament. We have important business of state to handle and to deal with. So we must all show our faces. So I'm sure our colleagues will be here in their numbers. I'm not so sure about my NDC colleagues because they are still in the jubilation mode. So they are probably still jubilating. But all in all, I think members will show. You see them trickling in, they'll come.
Right then. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The editor is NDC for us. The last day, said there are some bills. Said you came was on that time. More meeting here, more decided and then
Obia Castle Bechu be a so and yan of credit. Then I must say Bechu be a so must say be a Ghana. And no more Ben Aka as a by way and son of the time of soon, 6th of January 2025. The normal said my booby so. Is sick as President Mahama Obey. The free big go to account budget the first 3 months, first quarter of next year. Budget, let's say a man. It's a parliament in a man. They told me, a monuments committee, Article 71 holders, as on the banner, so here one semka. And other bills being agreements that they say, they can't want them. Obi, I think I will be right about to punish it. Yeah, we are punishing Ghana. I'm going to punish them. Yeah. I don't think that is of interest. They are two we saying will be on the level. And this is what we say they have 2/3 of parliament next year. It's in their interest to come and support government for us to, quickly wrap up and leave the stage for them. What they are saying. So why you say now we say will be true. And I say as why that quite kakra. When you need to issue me.
Then I'm why yes from Confu party.
My orientation is different. Some chair be paying you them, baby should chair me. But me who grab me say boozy cool inflation and a champion be cool. Rollins be ban or say a hold no control in that time to be a be cool economy. Well, no one by my popular about a debut. What I say, it's a no way now. Now you can't economy, you can't be them say, that about to Wamba. Ain't who the air cannon. They won't be needing to be a who. Now, problem I want to say. May swear be out of office now as a member of parliament. There were verbs and adjectives in the preserve, defend, and uphold the constitution. So my fidelity is to the constitution as a Ghanaian citizen. It's not to a political party. Party member parliament, yes. When you get a party, I mean to be when it's a day where more than ever. The year in Chima. The year in Chima. Say no, but Sana be being cool in one can. Now you now where Hannah could be a baby. I said, a buy, we will be in it. Yes, we say, and I'll be a baby. So I went to say, maybe a young and a creepy baby. Oh, they say some of us we don't need government to survive, really. I love this country at 21. I did my parliamentary minister. I beg you the other. Oh, they say, yes, we can survive with that government. Yes, it's over trying to man as a Ghana for the race show. Mumu say, but trying to Ghana, you man have no MPP and DC. That's our
substance. PC appeal for it to keep a concern. Currently,
PC appeal for or grass, always inside. On Tiazi, indeed.
But are you facing any challenges?
I'm not facing any challenge. I'm bringing himself me right. Baby, I'm not me again. Name Kakre Bedi and Jomuntiminka, Omunyanami again. The course, Woman say we had a crisis. that crisis demanded the resignation of Ken Ofori-Atta. We failed to back it up. And it has got us where we are today. Ode a se mun pe se di baba ko pe e na ya me de tumi anan nya sa to tim se o me ye o man ho adwuma ye nyina na se de wo mti ye ho se ye nyina so ye ka se da bi ye na ya kwakọ campaign de party na ba power it ye na ye se timi ye president kasa se ba bi e adu no ministers ni bi we so san wo e no onye bone enye o time but ye we say ye san be ko election no e de ensem na Ghana for we free ho Ghana for pa ya rehwe Ghana for pa adwuma odi ase ebufu a omre to oba e na economy to oba tia to Mahama 2016 ibi am that to oba tia odi ase yes and now so a Mahama votes a wonya no 2016 and one wonya bibira kan ho ye nkrofo na nkoto oba and the hard no Mahama votes wonya so nya 115,000 per the car ye dey over 2 million on to oba it is a way analysis we now to now we say me ya boache they na make catch on na no correct na na dey see me who dey also catch obi the economy will always determine elections in everywhere of the world. Every part of the world, the economy will determine the election. Everywhere. You get the economy wrong, you're on the way out. It's as simple as that.
You know when you wanna.
You know, they say when you're out in Ghana. In Phoebe, no Yakasa. Phoebe, no Yakasa. They say can be a Yaka. What do I say? But the cry in the boy home and say, and they Ghana for what you're watching. You know, I got transit near her, baby, I ain't Ghana for. Now baby a Ghana for if who say go for as a mutim ya yo mode mom go tell fie no we see I say we failed to take hold of the situation and Ghana for the years we have at the punish until we live to fight another day.
Are you happy with the outcome elections?
I'm an MPP. Why would I be happy with an MPP and this administration?
If Ghanaians have done the right thing and you are...
Sir, that means majority Ghanaians are right. Some of the doors, the past 6 million, minimum sanction. I'm not trying to who they are. Even now, 6 million, no, NDC for. Baby, crying before them trouble. Baby, but I mean, the fact remains that if you get the economy wrong, you're on your way out.
So, are you happy Ghanaians are becoming discerning?
I know they are here. About to say, I say, to safety, I say, if you are saying, Obama, you need a more, that's the only way you can get accountability from Ghanaians. That's
Intin, another honorable Abba, honorable Joe Wise, Abba, honorable. Oh, Charlie.
Today's sittings and aftermath of elections and everything. Right, so we just want to know what your expectations today are in the House, and then after the back and forth and elections and all.
This is the 8th Parliament.
Yes.
The 8th Parliament is having a regular meeting. It is regular that after elections, we resume for a short period. Outstanding matters are discussed. There's nothing special, nothing untoward. And so the 8th Parliament will continue as it started in 2021.
Before breaking for campaign and the elections, the issue was who to sit where because of Speaker's announcement of the 4 seats that were vacant. Today, where is minority going to sit? Where is majority going to sit? Where will the NPP side be? And
what brought about that? Is that matter still pending? Has the Supreme Court not ruled it out? So there's no question. I mean, sometimes, frankly, you in the media generate needless controversy. If somebody else is insisting that we should, those other MPs are no longer members of Parliament, let that person be bold and say it after the Supreme Court ruling. We should not encourage these things. Whatever or whoever came to that conclusion, the Supreme Court says you're wrong. So, Honorable Esiama is a member of Parliament, Cynthia is a member of Parliament, all the 4 of them. So, wherein lies is where will you sit? We will sit where we have sat from 2021 to date.
Are you expecting a full house today?
Well, what else can you expect? Some people are demoralized, so you don't expect everybody to be able to be here. So it's normal. From my experience in the last 4 parliaments, the last few days we hardly get a full member. So I'll not be surprised if we don't get a full member.
The 3 SHS bill is expected to be discussed in Parliament today. Are you confident it will be passed? That and other bills?
Are you aware of that? I'm not aware that any bill is going to be discussed today. The business of the House, as I knew, did not include any bill. So I don't expect that any matter relating to the free SHS bill will be discussed today.
At the last sitting, we know that your colleagues had been accused of not attending business committee meetings. Has all of that been sorted out as you're returning today? Is there a clear understanding?
I don't know. I think there was some misunderstanding. There was a business committee meeting scheduled, and there was a caucus meeting scheduled. Whoever went in earlier and dissolved that meeting knew that members of the majority then were having a caucus meeting. Of course, during those times, mischief was also part of the political caucus, so you should understand that.
Thank you very much, sir.
A pleasure.
How dangerous is it for
the 9th Parliament? With the CRD or 8th Parliament?
From your experience, Obinia absolute majority, sir, secretary, so which means taking certain decisions, sir. Is it really good for democracy and dangerous?
First thing, sir, you must understand that my emfa the basic option MFRA friend Nedimu and Nedia Parliament war from 2021 and one year by year Jumane. Said the Ubusane say Parliament Bachina from 7 January 2025. Omubetanase na NDC Enya Domudua ebe Boma na well. Any day, ye nyina ya adwenkyere makasa wo ho dada me say die kura wo de wo de beye ene be kyere so absolute majority wuni absolute majority de din kan ne say oman na ho de nyina gina constitution so the constitution ma okwan so tumi ye bia wo betumi aye the constitution ma okwan ba ko pekura opeja Supreme Court be so
ti aye
sana Ghana for atono enye me na meka say ya na za enye sana Ghana for atono obeka ya be afra cells me kan say parliament e bo ho tare na amwaye ye ntumi anye hwi wo ye dwumam se mra che bedwafo ti de Ghana for beto amano mo ma no dodo in a way the same thing the amount dodo fa ye dwuma so ko achi ko 7th Parliament 2017 to 2021 wa obehu say Ghana for the May. That time they 169. Kohe emra ye in that period no. E bin see that. So enti me gidi sebia eno beboa wo oman ye adwuma mu. Enkyereze sebe edom koto mu nkamasem. Ye to aba na obelusu. Na mum owo se wotumi present who say we alternative and a better alternative. And we are totally different from voting. Voting there, don't do na june kono. They mu chire wa june there. It's always room for bia obezo chire wa june bia.
And then mukona Janin Sani Faso I occupied that. Nibim some befanesa.
Into me occupied. And that's the judges answer no so crab you. They go fast by. Any the rule say ubi because we could jina we intino. We're free Russia bedroom. Supreme Court so obwa. Inti one MPP for NDC for any one more mukojina mono. Obi betumi aka so mnya MP for bio. Said the irrespective rule is abred. Inti se wuntumi nka sa dia. Sa sem na memu bio.
Se banisa sia.
E basa nipa obe de sa beba no. Ono wo pes o say parliament. So person say no dia, ye bebo na me ya say no.
With your honorable Nenum Sema. As I say, a majority in parliament, you know. So if the NDC people occupy that place there for when you call this side and the bani there, Buano says I need to be to complete. Into as any there, the people are here. You're trying to say the rest of the member of parliament number the honorable for no some of the member of parliament be maba for fair. So we are just waiting for the rest to come. Now, yeah, the ultimate security system there, very, very, very good. The security system is very, very good over here. Security system is very, very, very good over here. Honorable Namunde, Bimwaba to get.
Well, that is not what we expected. I must be very honest with you. I mean, going to an election, our side, we were expecting to carry the day. We knew we had worked, that we were going to be fully rewarded. But at the end of the day, the people of Ghana have spoken, and they have spoken clearly. So whatever happened, whatever was the outcome of the election, must be accepted by all. That is not the end of it. For election, you either win or lose. If you win, fine. We thank God for it. If you lose, that is not the end of it. As I said, you must calm down, do proper introspection. You must subject the whole election activities, into a proper context and analyze whatever happened pre-election, the election itself, post-election. Then you come out with a new strategy going forward. Elections will take place every 4 years. So granted that God gives all of us life, every 4 years we are going to have it. The most important thing is that we must work together, as a people, as a country, to make sure that peace prevails. Then we all move forward.
In terms of introspection, I mean, has some been done in the last few days in the aftermath of the elections? There are many within your own party who make the argument that you didn't listen to your own folk and you grew overly arrogant as a government, which resulted in what we've seen.
Well, people have been expressing a lot of personal and individual views. They are entitled to them, but I do not want to work with that. I want a situation where the party as a group, the party as an organization, the party as an entity, will sit down together with its leadership, and constitute, a proper body, to do a comprehensive, more technical, evaluation of what happened. Then we come out, with a decision. That is what will be representative of the party, and that is what all of us would have to abide by, and then going forward, use it, to formulate, new strategies. Like I said, elections, granted that God gives us life and strength, will take place every 4 years. At least per our constitution now, every 4 years we are going to have it. So if you suffer, an electoral defeat, it doesn't mean that you cannot win the next time round. It has been happening, for the past, 20 years or so. Power, has been changing hands between MPP and DC, and so we accept the decision of the people.
Should Dr. Bawumia remain as the flag bearer of the party going into the next general elections, as his presidential bid was truncated?
No, this is a question I cannot answer now. He was our flag bearer, and in my respectful view, he did his best for the party. The fact that we didn't win doesn't mean that there was anything wrong with Dr. Bawumia as a flag bearer, and whether he would continue to be our flag bearer, the people of our party, will decide going forward. And for what happened, and now personally, there was nothing wrong with him, and there was nothing wrong with his candidature. There was nothing wrong, so far as I am concerned. But like I said, the people of MPP at the right time will decide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Indeed.
Sir.
Indeed.
Honorable, yes, sir. Akwan amoye ya na endorse. I yield it. Mekai kushia the way I know when you bridge mu bia no say between am vote. Is it Senegal for the no mo hwehwe na na moye?
Well, mean to me, Kase, you are not Ghana for you know, not yeah. Because so far, the bit is a fire.
Indeed. It was a okay. Honorable Kennedy, Japan. Kennedy, a compare Japan. Abesin. Ako insider. Fefe. Kennedy, Japan, Abesin, Aqua. Which means say, why then? Abesin, Ako insider, so on Casa. Kennedy compare Japan, Abesina coincide. Or Sonny dear, on your own casa. Continue. What is Honorable Kennedy Japan? Abesia also on the Onkasa. Also on the Onkasa because of same person. Which means Kennedy in Sensemo Canon also on Onkasa because Mount Amano on there and Yada way about Nakasa. Which means some of the member of Parliament for no be moved by one by one. Even Bauche honorable for Namokasa. Some of them, what they are trying to say is Ghana, the way Ghana ten, they just don't make things right.
So essentially, it goes why you're building at the specific question you ask. I don't think so. Not in here Ghana. I don't think. You see, because you have a trouble crowd. So what the politics in the election cheap. Power. I know you are young people, you know, all of you are young people, but at least more who listen by one, twice, thrice. So, most September, and for can say no road, no vote, no road, no vote, no road, no vote. Won't it so because no school, no vote, no hospital, no vote, no this, no vote. Does it mean say school? Any hospital near in here. In here, papa. No, in here, papa. So schools, hospitals, in here, papa. And so, was it no road, no school, except senior, any part, roads. Any pressure on the government for roads. So, it mean to me, to answer your question directly, roads are here building, not in here, in Nipa. Name in Nipa, the senior economists. You can see the power insatiable, needs, insatiable demand, insatiable. So, Onipa, a pennyma be bring. Into a beer, now will be PBB, of course, Yanya, personal decision. But media may force President Akufo-Addo Aban did a lot. And rules are here, not in here, Ghana for power. Papa.
Will you agree, sir, about to course in a vote of no confidence in Nanado, but not necessarily by Omia factor now by that is argument.
No, well, argument, because will be our nagging, but I don't buy that argument at all. Say, and you now, Magrin, you see. Yes, success many friends who call a cancer now didn't anymore. Suddenly, Obia be your downfall. Obia, in all aspects of life, even take your football, you're appointed with coach and if there's a tournament now, who lead now who win, people will shower praises on you. You are the best coach. Now, with strategy, now you're excellent. We say all kinds of praises on you. You same person. So, Nyami anye wa dumu suna ulu suya. Ube hun say you 30 million Ghanaians, you will see say you 30 million coaches will be better than you. Will be criticized when the one you say, the one you say. See, sir, BBC bar is not a question of it was no confidence in this person, it was this, it was that, and here, as a party, as organization, the most sensible, the most intelligent thing to do would be election now, and ye wishes are matu, what strategy and work here, Mawa, what talk bossy. Now, moko back now. Mako kanyema abum ne friend into special munkohwe ne amuye here most strategy then a year here pros and cons na mu disiani so that going forward you come out stronger. This kind of game brain ne afena will be back can win and some can na we say it might be true, but and yet for the public in your bonting you could transit na you do who encomo na you hunia anko yi once one winning once a majority of Ghanaians and vote to amount you should know say you bibintra you have to find out, that's all. But
today?
I'm sure we'll get an indication of that. All of those are matters, as we've said over and over again, which are in the hands of Mr. Speaker. And we expect that today, as tempers are lower, he will give clarity on those. We always said that we had outstanding business that needed to be completed.
Right.
We are hopeful that today he would ensure that that outstanding business is put on the table so that we can do it on behalf of the people of Ghana.
I know you are yet to see the order paper for today, but do you already have certain issues you are looking at addressing today in the House?
You recall that when the initial recall was triggered, we listed a number of things that we wanted to handle. Those are the issues that we're expecting to see on the order paper today.
Right. Can you just give us just a couple of things?
It will be the same issues on the order paper.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
We're hoping everybody.
So I never could be sure. Indeed. Okay, honorable Madam Abba. Right now, which music? Honorable Kojo upon Kuma. The Honorable Kojo upon Kuma, Waba. So or the Nanum said the other two just say, and Tiana dear, me say and I'm pay baby, which me say Kennedy, just a kumpreku, Kennedy Japan. There was someone to a man on Tiano dear, we Gana phone papa say, one Taman, Kennedy Japan. This in GMO, or see, there should not be any 1DF. One district, one factory tax break. This thing, if I say GMOG, there's some comments out there about it. So I say, I'm gonna pay one district, one factory. Be a, you know, we are still here. What you must say? Leave your comment in the comment section. We say there, and someone paying for no kind of. I must say, honorable worry. I must say worry there. The cost on there. Or who is saying? So on the into when I book in Japan or so on the Onkasa on media phone and Casa because Uncle Farm to a man and Tony there with Jala. It was on a bonina and crack. It say, paying for neighbor, bar. It was say, oh, from the down part and at the top dinner. It is paying for my sister white. It be much white, HS and Kunimidi. It be much white, HS and Kunimidi. This is the Marshall White no more banner chess and kunimidi. For them, they are already happier. To say Moniaji, say they already they are wearing white. Which are honorable the Russian white. It is on the Niaji. Honorable Russian white, it is on the Niaji. The dada.
Tell us, what do you make of the day? We are coming back today to close business for the day.
Who told you we are coming to close business?
No, for the 8th Parliament, we are wrapping up. What's your view? First of all?
Okay. Are we ambush you?
We are wrapping up the 8th Parliament, starting today.
Clearly, let me say a very good morning to our cherished viewers. As a matter of fact, this is our constitutional mandate. We have the duty to pass the vote on account. We should have done it before going to the elections. Unfortunately, we couldn't. But now that we still have some space, between today and Friday, we must be able to pass it. So that Ghanaians will be paid their salaries for January, February, and March. And to enable the new government or incoming government to be able to pass, to enter. The sitting arrangement, it depends on when I enter anywhere that I get.
Already we've seen a number of members from the
on account. Is that the only business you are expected on?
That should be our topmost priority, because we must protect the democracy. And that could have been done before going to the elections. And we can't use this precious time in doing other things while that one is there. We must do it to give hope to the Ghanaian working class that in January they will be assured of their salaries, February they will be assured of their salaries, in March they will be assured of their salaries, to enable, the incoming presidency is coming to the stakeholder consultations, take the input of all the generality of Ghanaians before coming out with his budget for the 2025. And normally this is a procedural thing that we've been doing. So I don't think that we should put it aside and be doing other things.
You expect the president to come around and give his final State of the Nation address as well?
It's a constitutional mandate, and he must perform it.
When?
That one would depend on, because the Parliament is not going to be dissolved now. The Parliament will be dissolved on the 6th of January. And that statement or message on the dissolution of Parliament may come somewhere on the 6th of January or on the 7th of January. So that one depends, and that one lies in the hands of the President, not on.
Thank you.
Thank you, my good brother, for calling.
Thanks. Honorable. I say this in Parliament there about dissolving. 6th of January, that's when the Parliament will be dissolved. Until on the new master can say Parliament will be dissolved on 6th of January. Until he's an NDC member. Comment everybody. Basically, where is the micro minority leader, Honorable Alexander Fenyo Markins? Why his colleagues in Parliament? He's with his party currently doing press conference. God has multiple ways punishing wrongly. Yes, okay, he's trying to say God has a way of punishing the leaders. He's trying to say that's from the bunch. The bunch, I said, Fenyo Markins, no. What's the call for Parliament or in fact, or press or your press conference or there and then now people are in Parliament, or no press until he choose to be at the press and call for be more Parliament. I know to say about press say say for him there you don't have anything to say about him if you're honorable for no Indian answer. Welcome. Honorable for number Baba India numbers. You say, you see, say, I say, I yeah. People are on their feet, say, they will come. They try and say the rest will come. What you say, press would know, we move your press. Yes, it means friends. On a funny marking on a press conference. On a name a press conference. What you say, on today is today. Alexander say, Alexander say, and today is today. Until the transfer, and the ever coso. Because Utumu say any briaba any briaba papa, ultimately any briaba, which are about here. Friends, GMG, I say NDC should make sure ghost names are removed before they sign off any payroll. And because NDC fund, also making sure say ghost names never omudinwo eyinim there, also omutu point omunyina and son of my there, and son of Mortimer Aji battle, no say your mama ye. And that is not something bad, and yet they bad though, because so doing a ghoster, who ghost name there, or say ye people fee a crat animal, because I want to me and papa more if you crat animal there, baby awesome, because and yes, Anna ghost the ghost for no omeji din, they'll be taking money was is not sika, it should be meant for them, so they need to take. What you say? Those ghost names should be removed ASAP. Ampa ghost names no there. I say to me your money na efi paper no so because I want to make your money paper no so there asem besi asem papa besi because ohwe point for no there they still coming in amomba they point are still coming in amo boba 111 say ade we be koso because ene you see I'm paying a bit because the government because what's today this is happening some of the MPP are holding press meeting for them almost person say host press meeting to counter claim of whatever that is going on.
Yes, Bibia Kaba.
Na saying now, we share a abattoir no nso so buy and na fin so na setena no who ne say.
Oh, abattoir dem say Ghana for akasa. Ghana for aso kan tie. Amemu na BP aban bo no enkoyie. Enti omo nko transe ma NDC emra. Enti omo antoro ketwa. Toro kase abufuo so. Say monko munya ne mabone na moye no. Na aban obeba hye ama oman na nya asomdwe no. Omra emebu oman no. That's a clear message from the people of Ghana. Simple.
And I'm going to
Parliament. You got to Parliament.
What in the first one I've been close.
You do inside that, and you will be our set.
When we are no more the other side, I'm going to in the first one.
Oh, Mijidi say, that sitting where sitting a bit chamber say, Nansanda, Nansanda, baby. Sabra, Sanima, we in a Cosona, a bit trouble. Maybe able to say a trouble anyway. Say new Parliament, no can say a transfer. Every before cry, a crabia. It's a very big account of machine. So, no more pray that bread the other day. But you'll be a better by maybe I think I'll see a tiny year. Send a bay, as soon be a bad day ever. Name 9 Parliament, no shall see. Will be able to be all sorts. I know the at Nibian.
And maybe I shall say a cassa clear majority no, and Pempi no, majority no, a year near man says 1 in tea or family decano. Who is saying?
Oh, sir, you walk, yeah, a pepper crumb chair wine. See a cassa muti, and I have muti.
And that's the wild.
Well, also a media, no, never had a beer. You can't, muti, but also go man, ya, say, depend your back.
It's here, almost some India. Of course,
taken. So our leadership has given us the needed instructions, and we are following instructions as per our leadership. So we have come, and we expect that the business of the people would commence if only our opponents show up. So the ball is in their court.
Well, some of them have showed up. I've been widely reported in the media prior to this recall that the business for the House today includes the free SHS bill and other, very important bills. Have you gotten that end? Are you going to follow through?
Well, I can speak to the proposed free senior school bill. The bill has not been subjected to widespread stakeholder consultation. And you can take it from the Africa Education Watch and, in fact, NAGRAT. And as a member of the NDC and on the Education Committee, we have not had the chance to thoroughly scrutinize the bill and to make comments. And I must tell you, I have looked at the proposed bill. I have also looked at the content of the MPP's manifesto on secondary education. And almost about 40% of the content of the proposed bill is gleaned from the MPP manifesto. This bill is no ordinary bill. It has serious implications for the definition of education in general. It is partly seeking to make junior high school part of secondary education. And that cannot just be done like that. We have to look at the resource allocation. We also have to look at the human resources. So when you are trying to bring a bill that is seeking to change the whole structure of Ghana's educational system, you can't just rush it without stakeholder input
very likely that
and consultation.
Won't be looked at and addressed today.
Well, we have made the case before and we will make the case again that the bill ought to be subjected to stakeholder consultation. We are not saying it. Africa Education Watch is calling for the same thing. NAGRAT is calling for the same thing. NAT is calling for the same thing. We are also calling for the same thing. So we will not be quick. We will not be quick to pass a bill that has not received broad stakeholder consultation. We cannot entertain a bill that is seeking to vary and change the structure of Ghana's educational system. So that cannot be done.
Will the next government withdraw the bill and relook at it?
When we get there, we will look at it.
Thank you.
So on I go say government it is also could do one. On I go say do one because for them there
your mama kind ɛnoa ɛda ho yɛ adwuma ɔno na yɛato no so aba a yɛyi no sɛ ɔmbɛdi ɔman no anim ɔno se Free Senior High School has come to stay. What he is going to do the ɔbɛyɛ ne sɛ ɔbɛhyɛ mu kena ama no aso aba a ɛkyɛn aba ɛso ɛno no ɔsɛ ɔba a nkwaraa no ɛdua ne ho nsɛm a ɛyɛ a atɔ kyima na ɔmu su sɛ ɛnso wɔn aduane no bi wɔ kɔ a sɛ nipa bɛdi no ɛyɛ a na ɛden ɔsan so say he is going to ensure that there is secured and dedicated funding, which is very important. Ɔsan so say we are going to address the issue of inadequate space. Say the double track system no, he also says that he is going to bring on board the private schools to participate in the delivery. Say the beya. Esan said the numbers are too much for the public system to handle. No, you bet me you be the private sector. These are the things that your mama has said. So your mama has not said anywhere. Nothing has changed. The Free Senior School has come to stay. Your mama is going to ensure that it is better resourced and that it serves Ghanaians well. Period. Anyone, anywhere who says anything, that person does not represent John Mama. That person is not a spokesperson for the manifesto or the campaign on education. I am reinforcing what John Mama said. And Ghanaians should be rest assured that Free Senior High School has come to stay. John Mama and the NDC would make it better. Period.
What kasa emre twemu abaka ye de wayek abaka ye de bafa stock ni ade en ka ni saka ni nyina no sabri amu be ye kwako hu se bi NDC aban de education sector na de ba ni ya eka bia eni
oh eka de wo ho secondary kwa eka eda ho ebro 6 billion Ghana cedis. Secondary ye nyanko primary ye nyanko tertiary and agencies no kra no nyam fanka. But the attorney say about Friday say the Jomama Esiaka no ye be nhwehwemu na de ebe tu bia no e de akira Ghana for, because it is very important that we let the people of Ghana know what the incoming government is going to meet. Say the be ya yan fa so boa eni say the boy emboy until we will do an assessment of every ministry, department and agency, and we will make known to the good people of Ghana what we are going to inherit, and then together we can then see how we are going to build on it. But be assured that all the promises made by the NDC no, the Jomama Kano and one of the Juma.
NDC majority in Parliament ko abuse numbers.
Oh, there be. Say Jomama said it. And I was a Ghana for Mutumi Jinidi. Why be paying? He has said that we are not going to use our overwhelming numbers in the 9th Parliament capriciously. We are going to be using the numbers responsibly in the interest of Ghanaians. Onokwa wasanz waka say obema ya ye your friend consensus. Iti enye say esan say ya dom no eso sen omunti no bibia na ye de ya hondi eye. The ebe ya Ghana for ehun beto won na oman no asore gina na Ghana fa no ntuma pa ifra se eba dusua eba pomodin eba kuayo ene trade na asefo no eno an ebe ye. So be assured that John Dramani Mahama and the NDC coming majority, overwhelming majority, is not going to use our numbers capriciously. We will be responsible and we are going to use the numbers in the better interests of Ghanaians. That I can assure you of.
Thank you.
Ghana.
And I don't think you will come and say because somebody is bloating people or not. Today is your turn. Tomorrow it will be someone. So you don't need to try to muddy the waters now. What matters now is that will they deliver on their promises?
Will they?
I mean, well, we will pray and support them as Ghanaians. But they should now see how they make sure that Ghanaians believe what they said and they're going to deliver for Ghanaians. That's what they should think about. Whether somebody bloated, whatever, of course, we've accepted our defeat. We have put our pieces together. We're going to soldier. We're going to come back stronger than ever. But what
they should know that will they deliver? Can they match up to the free SHs? Can they match up to the Agenda 111? Can they match up to 1D, 1F? Can they match up to the things that we've done? That's what they should think about. Obviously, I heard Honorable Setekpe praising the economy, that he has seen some recovery of the economy. We are happy about that, knowing very well that some people started it. So clearly, they can't come and take credit for recovery of economy. They know it was bouncing back before they came. So, we will say that, clearly it's a lesson for everybody. We are going to put ourselves together. We're going to come back stronger again. And MPP is always the winning symbol. It's an elephant, and it doesn't go down.
Well, you talked about Ghanaians voting for change, and that seems to be the overwhelming wave that's what. Is that what you attribute your loss for?
So you can't take yourself out. Clearly, Ghanaians took a decision across the country. The 16 regions saw a massive change. And therefore, Fortune Burma, being a Ghanaian, being part of the New Patriotic Party, also experienced it. But obviously, the minds know that we're going to come back. Because what they said they're going to do, in 4 years, we can confidently tell Ghanaians that they will not be able to do it.
And that's to say you are mounting a comeback.
Oh, the New Patriotic Party will come back stronger. The New Patriotic Party will take over the realms of this country and save our country from the hands of the people that they think they can do it.
So are you saying that it's just a wave, or you believe that your government did something wrong?
No, it's just, let's appreciate the fact that Ghanaians have the thought of 8-year mandate, and it's something that have come to stay. So regardless of whatever you do, what did John do for this country?
Well, we want to say gratitude to Jehovah for granting us a very peaceful election. I was surprised by it because tensions were high. And of course the outcome, I was confident that we were going to win, but the outcome has been mind-blowing. We speak of about 190 seats for the NDC. That's very historic. So we hope to use these huge numbers reasonably, profitably, effectively to engender the transformation that the people yearn for, and also to work assiduously to assuage the suffering of the people.
Talking about working, the biggest criticism against this parliament, specifically your colleagues on the other side, is that they put the interest of the party or even the government beyond that of the national interest. Yours is a big majority, like you rightly pointed, which is like two sides of a sword that could be very good or bad. How are you personally going to ensure that your party does not become your own problem?
I believe that I've been making the point, and let me reiterate again that Parliament is the only organ of state where the Constitution mandates political parties to sponsor representatives. So Parliament is a very, very political place. It's not a church. It's not the judiciary. It's not the civil service. It is Parliament. It is a competition of political ideas, opposing ideas. So people should stop saying that Parliament is very partisan, we don't take the interests of the nation at heart. No. Every political party is saying that I should be given the mandate so that I can pursue my policies from my political perspective and doctrine. So if you don't understand these ethos and fundamental principles underpinning the work of Parliament, then you'll be troubling yourself. You worry your heart for nothing. But those of us who understand how Parliament works, it is a typical Parliament. You understand? And the 137 plus 1 Parliament that we are about to bring to an end has actually been one of the best for me. Because you see, it is in such Parliament that people don't have the opportunity, or government will have the opportunity to run roughshod over the political opponent. And you saw how we had the ability to withstand
Trump bars everywhere. Everybody was able to change. So now
Until some of the honorables in Alban, share more chopper fair.
Thank you. Good. Yes, sir. I'll tell you.
2003. That 2000, that was much.
Yeah, bro. How are you? Yeah, bro. How are you? Everything good? Yeah. Oh, bro. What happened? No problem.
Honorable Safu. Good morning.
What's up? This way, please. Okay.
I'll come by for a longer.
Okay.
I know you don't have time.
Okay.
So
You have my contact.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just have phone number.
So he's not going to rush here with policies and programs that are not well thought out. If there's anything this election tells us, that you can't take the electorates for granted, and that we must work to the satisfaction of the country. And so I believe that both the executive and the judiciary would work hand in hand, consult, build consensus, and do what is right and proper for this country. Because don't forget, in 4 years, we'll go back to the people of Ghana. For me, that must always ring in our mind, that we'll go back in 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear Minia. Hi! My dear, how are you?
Honorable.
Bro. No problem. Yeah. Thank you. How are you? Good. Charlie, how are you? Oh, but I spoke to you before.
Honorable, just one.
Do I have your Oh,
the law.
Okay. Honorable. Honorable, the cast after share a band which in a super papa mungam which in a sweet Nemandia Yama one home papa
Coming and for the first time, the other side, NPP, NDC caucus, all on the floor of Parliament, no rancor, no bickering. Why is it so? Because the last time we left here, there were disagreements.
Well, I'm just coming from one of the transition meetings, so I've not entered the chamber yet. Okay. So you are telling me there's no rancor, there's peace. Mm-hmm. We thank God there's peace. So I will have to enter the chamber to know exactly what is going on.
But do you know where your side is sitting?
Do I know
where your side is sitting?
Well, I don't know what is happening in the chamber yet. When we get there, for the sake of the country, where there is available seat, we'll sit down and do whatever is required.
Your assessment of what we just witnessed about a week ago, your side has won an absolute majority. Did anything out of Saturday came to you as a surprise?
No, because we believe that the way President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia were governing with impunity, where dissenting voices were ignored, so much was going wrong. And when you say it, he calls you Sambalat and all sorts of names. The Ghanaian knew that we have chosen the path of democracy. The only way to punish them is through the ballot box. And so I'm not surprised at the result. I believe it's also a lesson to all political actors that you cannot take the people for granted. There will be a day of reckoning, and then they will make their voices heard. I'm sure it's a lesson that will go down in history, and perhaps, sadly, President Akufo-Addo will go down in history as probably one of the worst because of the nature of rejection of his party. It's a sad day. But the real challenge is yet to be known. The damage they have done to this economy, the institutions of state. Prior to the election, you saw how vast majority of the country were uncomfortable with the pronouncements of the courts, where the Chief Justice and others were basically acting as if whenever my colleague, the leader of the MPP caucus, appears at the court, he must get whatever he wants. All those things have been rejected by the people. They've given us a clear majority to be able to do things better and far better than the MPP.
Now, talking about that clear majority, there are concerns that
Parliamentary. Honorable Harry Cote, Abba, Honorable Harry Cote, Abba.
January 7th. Yeah, so thank you very much, Honorable. And you will. No, I have no. Right, so Honorable, we see that in the 9th Parliament, a lot of your colleagues will not be coming back. You will not be in the House as well. I don't know what to make of all this, considering the experienced people who are no longer coming back.
Well, first of all, we thank God for how far He has brought Ghana, and we also thank Ghanaians and all the actors, the stakeholders, in ensuring that indeed democracy continues to deepen and, for that matter, thrive in this country. Yes, of course, we are coming to Parliament with the NDCs having almost about 2/3 majority. And it's not everybody that is new. But again, the professor was once and +1 before he or she became a professor. So yes, there are quite some new ones who are coming to Parliament on the side of now you can say minority. But I believe that those of us who are out or outgoing will be there to lend a helping hand to them. And don't forget, we used to have the famous 67 many years ago when the president then was an MP. So it's about a very good parliamentary group, not necessarily making in the plenary, their voices may not be heard, but it's about putting government on its toes to make sure that indeed they go by what they have said, the promises that they've made, and all the policies that they are likely to, for that matter, introduce. So it's not an all dead end of the road, but rather I think this is a fine opportunity for our MPs to try and do their best.
Now, how shocking do you find the numbers, what the NDC got, what MPP got?
Oh, I don't think that we will have to do some politics with it. They have won and it's decisive, that's it. I mean, you go to an elections, it's like going to state lotto, you win or you lose. In every circumstances, you have to thank God that you've won or you've lost. But it's a matter of going back to do your reorganization, do your reforms, and then come back stronger.
Thank you, sir.
Are you coming back in 2028?
Oh, we are not even, Parliament is not even dissolved yet, so I think that question is too premature if you ask me. Yes. Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure you know today's date. How do we start retrospection today? It's a period, it's a process. We'll go through it sometime. Thank you.
Questions concern about say honorable worry. Honorable worry. See I know there. And some or can I say? I see I know there omunya was to say 6th January. And son of my 6th January and son of my to be Parliament.
Interior Minister. This one, brother.
First of all, I continue to say a big thank you to God. I say so because we've seen other countries go through elections and the end is not good. We did say that Mr. President was clear in his mind that he came into office through a legitimate means, and so shall he do when he's exiting. Indeed, the President has kept his word. As for persons being transferred from their positions, I am an Interior Minister. I drive policy. I don't do operations. So you have to take up with the relevant authorities who do the transfer. I don't transfer people. Thank you very much.
Well, so that's Henry Kote, an Interior Minister. He says he doesn't transfer.
Well, but you don't expect Henry Kote to start to come
very soon he will be living in Parliament because some people are coming in. Where is Honorable Ketiamo? Ketiamo, the Onyambai, Ketiamo Beba, the Onyambai, Ketiamo Beba, to say, in pay for now, to know Musi for my come where the paper. We're just waiting, say, in due time, Casa, the bed, the repository. Some of the people in Parliament, Madam Wapia, Macho, Epia, Ebisa, Honorable Henry Kote, says Siano. Ebisa, Honorable Henry Kote, says Honorable Warwick, Ufi Parliament. I say, and judges is here because it's here. Munyanya declares Ufi Parliament, and people should not be quick to judge, and I say people should not be quick to reply or give things that is not being implicit. I'm saying, let me read some comments here, but we will never forget, we will never forgive MPP Ghana First. That's J. John Johnson. I say, you never forgive MPP. I say MPP for the and forgive you. The band, I say NDC MPs should take their time and open doors for broader consultation of the free SHS bill rather than allowing the bill to be rushed in by the MPP MPs for their parochial interest. Ghana First. And commented the band. I say, Karika, I said that set Tepe with his big mouth should stop talking nonsense in the media. I'll be adding to there. And to me, be adding to. I said today's Lexus beat. I said today is gonna be interesting. I said Nadia,
Well, I wouldn't say that because or no baby are now at the time no kasa no na menti hobi na em so kasa no so e de asomdwe e baaye but e was a baby a da no so yan fan to a free talk enti baby e da no de e kwan bia so ye was e famra kwan so na ye de to.
I'm more disappointed in how the election task force handle security.
Well, I am very disappointed in the police, to say the least. I am very disappointed in the police because the police will provide the security, but the security police provide the Mijama Ghanaians.
Honorable, he is the new member of Parliament. He's been elected to the Parliament. Okay. Sisiano, some judge will take NDC to the same position of MPP. Very arrogant. Some judge there. Kukuti Wonimupa some judge there. Kukuti Wonimu. Papa. Mohammed Sani. Also, when a day started, and they stated earlier on, say 10 o'clock AM. By 10 in the Abapa one. See a leader. About 12 Pampua, 12 Pampua, Monia started BBI, 12 Monia started BBI. So, as I look like, because we must say MPP for no be more some of the Afeni markets and his people, they are still holy press and money person. Felico said they should allow them continue their recruitment in the Mokoso or Mohammed Rahman. That's a great way. Thank you very much, Mohammed, for your comment. Whatever that is going on here in the bedroom with the watch TV, Mohammed, I say thanks. Vincent, I say your boss someone you can go and take them there. I say your boss with me now come because I say your boss someone can send me. Say some judge and the I say arrogant Kokotino and the NDC for Bangkok like the way the Muye. No say also with me now Marco. Okay, MPP. Paying for this news on the paying for my Mababa, okay, Obana, riding, Obana, Swaba.
General assessment, everything went smoothly. People bought into our policies. They believed that Ghana needs a new turn over. Ghana needs a new direction, and so they voted to reset the nation for that cause.
People are criticizing the EC and their officials of not having performed to the expectation of Ghanaians. So what do you say to that?
Well, we have also always believed that the EC does not do due diligence. There are several instances where it takes our election directorate to correct them on several things that they've done wrong. And so that assertion is wrong. Even in my constituency, there were places that my people were not able to vote. Why? Because somebody will come in queue from morning, be in the queue. When it gets there, the person is holding an ID card, but the name is not on the BVD or also on the register. And I don't think it's the best thing to do. Over 50 people from my constituency were transferred to different areas. They came in the morning to vote, and their names were not in the register. And so I don't think this is something that we should condone. This is not something that we should encourage. And so we are pleading that going forward, the EC should do due diligence and give itself a credible name, because people are beginning to think that the EC is always towing a certain lane, which is not healthy for our democracy. If Ghanaians don't exercise restraint, there will be chaos and all that. Assuming those in my constituency, if I had not come in to just talk to them to hold on, and they started creating chaos at the polling centers, I don't think that would have had any peaceful election in my constituency. And so yes, the EC has a lot to do, and people have genuine cause to.
What do you think worked for you and your party for this resounding victory?
Well, experience. I think that people know what His Excellency John Dramani stands for. People have tasted his leadership before. They have experienced what he is capable of doing. And so, yes, trust is one. And for instance, in my constituency, I wouldn't say that if it had to do with money, I would have won, because money was spent in my constituency as if we had money trees growing in Okaikwe North. But people trusted me. My people trusted my leadership. They have tried the MPP in Okaikwe North for the past 24 years. They only gave me 4 years in opposition, and I proved myself right. And so I served my people well, and they chose me over money. And so they chose competence over incompetence, because they know that John Dramani Mahama will deliver.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That leader. Thank you.
Hey, mommy.
Happy birthday, baby girl.
Thank you, mommy.
See that bear? Yes, darling. What's
Obana, MP for Kaikwe side one our back professor. Very soon. Very soon, be getting. Very soon. Very soon, we'll be getting insider near the other staffs in the Abram. Until we are sending the arrival of some of the MPP, MPC, any NDC for MPC, somewhere the let's get insider to see what is happening insider. Inside, yeah, and share the AC inside the one. What you say? Yes, mom. Parliament. Friends, we name me and Fontana Media, Adibo Mechi, then see the Parliament as I did. What you say? Right now, they are here. Let me read. I was watching direct from Libya. Mohammed Sani, thank you for watching from Libya. Thank you for Fontana Mother, yes. PC Isaac Media. Thank you for that. Fontana Nemami. Fontana Nemami Alban. Please tell them we didn't vote for them to go and fight. They should try and make Ghana better. Kennedy, I like your program. Watching live on WA. Watching live from WA. Thank you for watching live from WA Upper East region. We will sack Jen Mensah, Boss Masari, all the EC officials, Dampra and Chief Justice, if she starts doing the Biden of MPP. And that's recent. Welcome. Into Ebusa Ushe. From Prince one out say and a parliament bed they say sugar on and the parliament the bed and we say and the parliament and who had that parliament that's outside we say we are I just have to swap back. At the end, I just have to one of the manner more Kasawa at the end one. we are just also Abba. I say, and you see, some of the if you be member of Parliament, the majority and minorities are the one there. Some people have come into Parliament. And right now, the member of Parliament the majority. Nelson said good afternoon, bro. The peace majority. The majority needed, the majority first it was MPP. Now you got a time because of one or two staffs being absent. Now it will shift to NEC. NEC MPP funds. So. In India, MPP and the NEC Parliament in NEC, left is charging MPP 48, right in the NEC 48. On what can I say? And also, the people who are already in.
So that is the lead in the house. I have so far not seen the leadership So the constitution itself and the modest majority after the ninth parliament as it stands, the arrangement will be the same because the members of parliament always seated on the right hand side, the sides are the majority parliamentary sitting arrangements. That's has been over the course of the 8th Parliament until the 9th Parliament was sworn in at dawn on the 7th of June 2025. That is where we see the members of the NDC move over to occupy the majority side. So as we speak, this sitting arrangement will be that the members of the NPP majority will continue to occupy the right-hand side of the Speaker of Parliament, and the members of the NDC minority will occupy the left-hand side of the Speaker of Parliament. Well, we first of all spoke to the first deputy speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Joseph Oseyi. We believe that this victory for the NDC also calls for reflection from this side because they have come great feat over the past year. So this is the time that at least because what we have to be a little much more introspection to find out some of the shortcomings we have application this momentous, this historic defeat, and also come back strong. For the side of the NDC, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Alban Bagbin, who says the House is going to sit to take the supplementary budget for the first quarter of next year so that the new government will have the leeway or have the room to steer its affairs after it takes office on January 7th of next year. For the Member of Parliament, who is the chief whip of the Parliamentary side, Honorable Kwame he believes that this victory is not just a victory for the NDC, but it's also a referendum on the leadership and governance of Excellency and Vice President Dr. Kwame over the past 4 years. And he also
Parliamentary. If they do this is the people who will sack you. And they keep life free. So that so the life you really go for
Honorable Kennedy, is a conflict. Fenyo Markins Abba, my personally, we are here. Fenyo Markins Abba, Fenyo Markins Abba, Wabitia, some George Jata, some George Jata. Parliament, I did it. Parliament, I did it. Parliament, I did it. Yes, we are Fenyo Markins Abba. If you are in Kofu, there was extremely critics, various people, you see, with the people that are here. Okay, Honorable Kennedy, having some joining in Kofu move, some talk, have a talk. People always say Parliament
oh, sorry.
With us, there was a door was and she said, Donna was and is the guy from Tenant's mother working with. I don't know, Manchi, Alcantara. I say, Hudson, I say, they should start. Okay, let's speak up about Mass and Sana. I'm going to start because I started now, I'm only starting. And he said, sitting, I have some way, I have skirt and blouse, sitting there, I have skirt and blouse. I said, what can I say? The majority are standing, some people are sitting. They are spending money for any person. If any person after the person, right now, and then there's all. You're still watching this from Daily Watch TV, live from the Parliamentary. Let me know your comments. Let me know what's your take on whatever that is going on over here. Let me know your thoughts about it because okay, any man say there, they're still here. Monyan say, what you say? Paying for there, they say Monyan until say the ABC NBC almost a free SHS in this answer. Some so there, okay, and this in paying for say, John Dramani Mama will not abolish this. Some are also John Dramani Mama will not abolish it. Okay, Parliament, Kennedy, Japan, or Kennedy or Yano call for Nitana or Yano call. It was all to Nipa, no Yano call, okay, it's just taking over a funny market as well, and then my greeting them up. To say, they are causing something good. They are happy about whatever that is happening. They are happy about it. If any journey, when you are at the majority side, and then the minority side now. Because everyone they say for them, they
be live. Be live.
For them, they don't have any big problems. They are cook up. Must say, talk about Bessia.
Yeah, when you're ready.
The electorate have decided you can have a Supreme Court also in order that we uphold the tenets and principles of the rule of law. We will respect the Supreme Court, but we certainly disagree with them. They are thinking and in their judgment.
The business of the House for today, the free SHS, a lot of this expected to discuss. Are you confident?
This is a lame duck president and a lame duck parliament. The life of this parliament is almost gone and over. I think we should focus on the 9th parliament. For me, the most important item that a parliament should be considering is expenditure in lieu of appropriation, nothing more. We should preoccupy ourselves in accordance with Article 179 of the Public Financial Management Act. What is it that we can keep government running? Policies and programs that reflects his budget statement. Charlie, my journalist friend. Congratulations. Yeah, doing very well. Did we pay that? Yeah. So far. Congrats. We need to talk. Not now. About what? We need to crack bones. We have a bone to pick after Germany. You have both. Yeah. Nobody has any bone. My mother said that I shouldn't make me any. No, this is a French. No, it's a friendly match I'm going to play. Yes, I can. We just came from Egypt, so we're not the. Oh, great. Okay. Boss, how are you? Good, sir. Charlie, how are you? See that? Hey, sir.
My leader, sir. Congrats.
Good one. Thanks. Thank you, leader.
You know,
yeah. To a very really, and I hear your points to me this year, and you want to.
I think that one of the key things that Ghana for the next NDC are buying by is the recovery of loots and prosecution of Nkrofo women we are buying Sika. I think that this election wasn't just about a vote on Bawumia per se. It was a vote on Akufo-Addo ni Bawumia ni na wo mamamo katashishe proye kind dreamer e course wo aban mo. Enti Ghana for behwe say NDC are buying John Mama buying na ebe mo no will not come and continue business as usual. Oh, omo ye na nko ma omo debi. Ghana for eyi wo mani ana yesi inteso kokko e de akire aban no say kono na e koso wa aban no mo no enye omo de enti esese yenso as aban a wo mo di to me na mayeng no you be make sure say one more idea at Ghana for akoma so the recovery of loot, prosecution of people who have deprived the people of development. So now at the back are here e wa aban mu e ya ahombrase obi biara mahama be pound no a be mano akwanya e wa aban mu no e say yesua ahombrase e say say wo hwe John Mahama ankasa no o ahombrase o nipa ho tima enti ye pause we minister we CEO wo akwanya wa aban mu a e say wo bre wo ho ase enya nipa Ghana fo ho tima e say Ghana fo nte na wonya asa to me no enti e ade ba kwa say yensua na yentie Ghana fo no and I me believe adebako edamakoma so for aban no say aban no minya kwanya say metu omampanyin John Mahama fo meka say ye hia Ministry of Information and Public Engagement ministry and just for information but ministry any omanfo no benya nkitahunde at least on a weekly and monthly basis because tie for year ekoso aban no it took 8 years I feel watching and as I katashisha any kankaina koso. Want to mean some be in one month. And you need to carry the people along. At Mawamu say Busumi way, Nyaye, the steps we've taken here, timelines are ebe taking na ye de behu nyama ebe bano. Like when you implement a policy, it will take time for you to see the effect. But in between the time, they say, oh man, policy way over the next 6 months, you expect to say. And in between the 6 months, though, you need to carry the country along. And the economic reform say, carry the country along. Because I think the extent of the damage to your economy, you need to address the country. My say this is the level of we are. When you put in a new policy, renegotiation with the IMF, what does it mean for the young people of Ghana? I say Ejuma 4, what does it mean for them? Forex, the situation at the Bank of Ghana, you need to do sector by sector. Ghana for NTS here. When you do that, you can carry the people along.
My number here, does it put any task on you, burden on you, say what some perform will deliver?
Definitely. I mean, the Ghana 4 to me, overwhelming super majority. I already see MPP to microcredit finance there. And here say again, ahombrase. And here say ebe bre ho ase. Na ya jere ho eye adwuma ebe so Ghana for any. The majority in parliament is for us to serve the people of Ghana. Listen to the desires of the Ghanaian people. Nyama on pese yen sano na yen sama on. Nyama on pese yen Ghana for do say woman pay e-levy. They say you free. In the first budget, they say you free. Say woman pay bet tax. They say you free. Say woman pay corporate levy. They say you free.
You see, say 4 seats or no ankasa or nyanjin to muye. Mama come position you clear say legally it was wrong. Say ombetimi akasa ye parliamentary. They feel that constituency. Akako declare a different constituency. Position because some would definitely go against your members of parliament that have been elected.
No, there's no member of parliament on the NDC side who's been elected. You declare another constituency. None. I mean, some says yes under duress. Why they can't say you're under duress? Nobody has stated. I mean, can't say I was physically present at the declaration of Okaikwe Central. Right, Mr. Degeno, our returning officer. In the Nanti court table, so now Hawaii soon because it was getting that. Yes, saw your lights, man. So I went to my Juma. He stood there and declared his results. Offrey Hono, he went and sat there and did the declaration rates. Said Obi Wanda Duressa. You watch the videos. Obi the told share to Nikona and Anitiso. I mean, Techiman South card, 1 year declaration 4 years, Abra soldiers a kunkrofo. And Krapo ECG to mo. Yeah, demonstration that Haruna Idrisu echo ECC say your problem I am court.
In terms of court.
Oh. Ablekuma North, a Rabina Oben. Yes, I see on Monday. Yambie electoral officer and returning officer Mr. Opon Okofi Echo die. Tuesday, Osanfo on Wankasanika. Esam buy ebe twa adwuma no so to declare rab na obi a owo under duress otumi kofie ekoda esign the chibra say obey declaration. The EC Samuel Tete any woman omo EC a person be woman share MPP atade a omo ye MPP adwuma no omo njai enye adwuma. So obi what problem man ye clear on court. EC need to me to annul a declaration of a returning officer. What money start to me now? Thank you.
Who work other constituencies now we're in?
Party adwuma na me me party smafo. Greater Accra election where I worked in 30 constituencies across the
beyond Greater Accra
outside. I worked in the Bunu East, Bunu region, I worked in Western, I worked in Central, I worked in the Eastern.
Your party did not intimidate or put anybody under duress via
Menua Bema. So Obi Bo Wasuma. Wunia we never say Yabo Wasuma. You know, because Yabo Wasuma. Adena Samuel Teteni Jimenez and Bosman Ansari, one num Panado, Ma Obi, or Siniti Yenia. The people who did the declaration are not saying they are under duress. So why is Samuel Tete saying that they were under duress? And then the rest of your job will be Mumaso.
Honorable, that's it. Now, for complaining, fit Tamamoto and about any
Amamo Bonintia, Mammy Church Moment Casabe, a Yamamo Bonintia. As son said, Parliament had 2019 and a year approving £96 million sterling loan facility free UK Barclays Bank. I had Bayer Saquine from Tema Interchange, Ecopim Central University, and 10 lanes, 4 interchanges. Which must say, project no shall in 2022. After 2019, I year approving facility, no. Yes, shall see now and Ghana Echo IMF. And to be say, not BHM, anyone local contractor, first guy, yeah, Juma giddy because Canada. You call IMF default and IMF freezy BBR. As I say, buying a deal, a mamu bonny, woman discanning now. And the IMF say, almost £96 million now. One said, and the IMF air train say, I'm buying for Beba. Now, many are buying for Nasi at the Hong Kong to release the money. And that's why John Mahama is leading negotiations now, renegotiations of the IMF program. What GDA said, we will get a release from the IMF to be able to access the rest of the money. That project needs to be completed in 18 months. And I believe in the next 18 months, I didn't
hear that.
One thing.
Was it 18 months?
Wax, James and I see you have wax in your ears. Earphones were waxing. But near woman said the project lifespan contract now on the Parliament for loan, no, 18 months contract. So I'm sure once the IMF clears it for us to proceed within 18 months, they should complete because that's the tenure of the project.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Honorable Sam George, Sam Jata George, no, Waka, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, I check on a say, yes, I'm here on India. Waka, no, Waka, explain.
Correct.
Honorable Sam Georgia, Casa Fefa. Which means already the police in the work. I say John Jamani Muhammad, Nisam Nidia, Muni Via.
Economy, and I say, I sit in a moon and I won't check a cry about my name. Nipado Duano, again say, be any Dasuano MPP are buying. Yeah, sir, and it has on and to me, and we pay. A woman say, almost to about my MPP part 2020 there. Then so no, and yeah, maybe a woman say MPP so, I bought modesty a church, and near my see COVID, near my economy known to me, and you know, so but it teach you no so no, if I can see now so, say MPP party no so jitu, say, Aswading. Any Sebi, a near maybe Uncle Ye, and a Kahuma, a share nipa before. So, here election results now, who say NDC and Casano compared to 2020, no more votes, no do and shut down a count. The moment people vote, no mum and a so tape. I did, sir, a ye by MPs. Ye decay,
yaba yi asoden kakra ba emra MPs sorry say Kenoforiata a finance minister baby or the economy ne kono ye kofom a de yeti wo yasum no ni de amanfo no ka kire ye no ye to aso saa ebe ha yen sebi omo a omo kasa mu no omo mom be ya atamfo wo party ene resource na kire ye de no odi bem ene de no odi fo enti lose na ye lose ye no ne fa no o ma pani ene finance minister for Riata ni nipa sabi o ma twa ho ahia Ghana for adwen mu no abi obi anto aba ma o mna nso akaka bensam ni broni say arrogance posture bia nipa bi num e portray no e hye nipa bufu eno eka ho na primary sa party ni mu ye call ye no me feel say strategy MPP de call ye na enye there's no political party wa ban mu 8 years now person wo to aso wo person wo call primary sa ubie mu say obi antimi contest bi na enkofa contest bi aso de ntokwaba afa mu be contest na bi na party ni mu achiche esesenka party mi etimi di ni nice ho
any other way run mum na ye problem a mo de ebufuhwe to aba
nti ebusa otie samna ifon ko ka Canada
now go around now ebinum enenam edi agro say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wasn't going around. Look, the minimum times he visited a constituency was 3 times minimum, and only minimum. That's the barest minimum I call here. Ebinum aside the 3 times now I call for main political campaign or some call for either a year and a sorry program be and omudi a fashion be program. So clearly no a candidate campaign. Yen also campaign here. The food soldiers work so hard. More media for so so it's a combination of all persons and now we are so committed. So I was saying Ghana, yes sir, the arrogance now just too much. Disrespect to our environment and many things. Too much. And now or saying
looking at the gap, any numbers among your parliament. You have no excuse but to make sure say Ghana for anybody ejuma.
Well, ejuma no dey be but o say yen nyina
people in parliament remember that when they some betuga you see them now look at
and so we worked against him. But here we are, deja vu, right?
So, I mean, there are a lot of women have joined parliament today, but on the both sides as well. What would you say about it? I mean,
you know, I was, to be honest, I was afraid. When in the primaries, a lot of the people I met in parliament lost their primaries. It frightened me a little bit. And I was thinking that perhaps it would affect our fortunes in the chamber, but hey, I'm so happy that we have +1, I think. That's very comforting. What I think we should do going forward is to make that number count.
Come on.
We make that number count and give Ghanaians reason why they should increase the number in every other election that we may have in the country.
I mean, is this number going to, give more opportunity in terms of policies that will affect women or benefit women? Is that going to reflect?
Look, why did we work so hard to have the affirmative action bill passed? We worked hard to make that affirmative action bill take the life that it deserved because there's an agenda that we want to see. As the figures show, we are in the majority in this country. Why is it that we are celebrating 41 people? It means that it was worse before. So the work has just begun. I think that considering that we all accept now that we have this legal framework within which we should work, both in elected office and appointed officers. So we have to collectively, men and women, ensure that we have giant strides we've been crawling for too long. I mean, this is Ghana, for goodness sakes. This is Ghana. We are the eye of Africa, or we were, but we can take back that position in working hard to ensure that this does not become one of the laws that is passed and sits on shelves gathering dust. We must let it have a life of its own. And the media, men who understand women issues and believe that we can indeed, when put in leadership positions, perform to the best of our ability. All of you put your shoulders to the wheel and let's see this happen.
After a long break, Parliament is back to sitting. What are some of the things you're expecting in the House?
Well, I don't suppose that this is going to be a long sitting, so I'm not expecting any magic to be happening. I'm expecting my side of the House to assist government to do right by the country. That I will expect also that my side of the House, we don't allow bills that and concessions that will cause us problems in future to be passed. Look, I am totally against. Personally, I'm against the granting of, what is the word now? When people ask for some relief to be given, the word has just escaped me, but we cannot be giving money away to, especially foreign companies. We appreciate their presence in our country, but if you see where we are, with our economy, this is not the time to be giving concessions and tax waivers. See, I personally am against that. Until we remove the obnoxious taxes on the sanitary towels, I will never support the tax waivers. Thankfully or unfortunately for me, it's not a thing that you stand up and say, I'm against it and then it's done. But this is my sentiment, and I hope that my side will take it into consideration until the taxes are removed on the sanitary towels. Nobody deserves tax waiver. Nobody deserves a tax waiver.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
You said the last time.
But that was so wrong.
When a thief tells you to go to court, what did you do also?
His brother is the judge.
Akwaba.
Yeah.
And the last time I got said victory now, Ubesiano. And more call minority and majority.
Send me the kind of catch you say. This election we are going a very decisive.
My very good brother.
First of all, Ghana is still peaceful. That's one of the most important things. That's what the Ghanaian people say Gemma NDC for so another chance to govern. Let's see how it's going to be.
When we better more we are home because maybe poto.
And we marry poto. And then the only okay some become minority side.
Oh, now we say me tuning here too deep. Okraman nya okra bone. We say dompe, we say we wo biom. We could don't pay we will be. Because Ghanaians overwhelming mandate and yet just presidential since you started Fourth Republic. Omanpenyi bianya mandate to say His Excellency President Mama. Say your quality manos 9 your friend say 9 constituencies. After they have the full figure. President Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia MPP Flabedan. The final percentage 40% crapo, 39%. Go and see. Never in the annals of our country's history.
I don't wait just when you are present.
Because we are a Juma Funu. We are Baye Juma Papa. Because number one, we compare record. We compare President Mahama record to Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia record for 8 years. And Nana Akufo-Addo they did a shambolic job. Here, maybe to macroeconomic indices. President Mama was sorry on 7th January 2017. Inflation year is 15%. Nana Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia at a point, almost inflation rate of 54.2%.
Is it Ghana for
Miba, CD there, Nana Akufo-Addo can say, or Dr. Bawumia from the Bank of Ghana to stabilize the city. No, CD, no, Aya Hata, CD, no, Aya Hata. Under his watch,
CD echo 1 to 17 CDs and over. Under Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia watch. Okay? Food index. Bisobia uko joma koto tomatoes ana jene ana disin. The next time ukwa sura neko. Over 85%, apart from the inflation that is galloping. The debt, Aka, President Mahama office on the 7th of January 2017. The total indebtedness, Yakanyina from independence to President Mahama, 120 billion. Nana Akufo-Addo, just September last year, equal to 876 billion. Omukwa 760 something billion. So Masa, until I can say Nina committed said, I don't know now campaign say he was sitting to Ababa. Because Omo Ghana sitting useless to majority of Ghanaians. And me trahaka and yes MPP we win elections Krono no mubo all the time. Krono omu all the time. I'm telling you, she obi ka say Ashanti region omo to aba obua. Omo to aba. What they used to do in Ashanti region said, you have stuffy ballot boxes. You have thumb printed ballot boxes in Ashanti region and parade them as votes into the 1.2 million votes. One who said, and my Ashanti region, Kronunu now upon this time, is so vigilant that the ballot boxes could not come out. So this time, Omwasa, they can never do that again in the history of our country because once Yahu Sikiti, they will never come back to power. Yes, oh, Masa, say we say a diabua, won't that so can say roof near that to get out. Yeah, oh, Joma, Obetman answer the Finabio. I was there. So Nipania, which is a Wawu a Jom market. Oh, Joma, Obesa besides the final announcement, and Yabu. Because of Biati.
Honorable Animal Assembly. This will be a word
you see, I said it before that when a lion is found of patronizing the market, they will treat it like a puppy. You see, the MPP, because of power the Ghanaian people gave to them, they so abuse the power that Ghanaians will put them at their proper place. If an elder is found of patronizing the play of children, he will carry their drum. So today, it's very out there that the mandate that was given the MPP and that was so grossly abused, today they will be concerned to the opposition for many years. Because Ghanaians had indicated, when Ghanaians were complaining life is hard, they are trampling on their rights, they are seizing their lands, they are polluting our rivers, our lands are being desecrated. The litany of complaint, corruption is very high. Nana Akufo-Addo said to hell, he didn't mind Ghanaians. He said they can do whatever they choose. And today, it is coming. That's what I'm saying. If you sell yourself for halfpenny, they'll buy you for nothing. And today, the evidence is out there that Ghanaians were just waiting for the day. They were waiting for only December 7th to teach the MPP a lesson. And I want you to send this message out clear. If there's any clear thing that this election has revealed to us, it has revealed to us that MPP was actually not winning elections, especially from 2016. They were stealing the mandate of the people through the filling of ballot boxes and bringing them out. We managed to hold them in Ashanti this time. The ballot boxes couldn't come out. So you see, when they're making the cry that 1.2 million or so Ashanti people didn't vote, it's not true. The people in Ashanti region voted. They voted in the numbers they were supposed to vote. But the ballot boxes that they stuffed couldn't come out. That explains why that you see that huge gulf. And so that's why I'm telling you that once we have gotten that secret out, they can never do that thing again to win elections.
I mean, after a lesson learned by the party, by the NDC party, what proverb would you describe? What proverb would you give to, an advice to the NDC?
No, as far as we have always been aware that if you don't know death, look at sleep. What Ghanaians have done to the MPP tells us that if you are a government and you come and you are arrogant, you are power drunk, you are corrupt, you are impervious to advice, you are insensitive to the plight of the people. When they are crying and they are telling you that things are hard for us, you tell them they can go to hell. Any government that comes and treats the people with contempt, they will teach you that lesson. Fortunately for us, President Mahama is a very humble person. He's not as haughty and capricious as Nana Akufo-Addo, who thinks that, in fact, at a point he thought he was almost God, saying that he will never hand over power to anybody, as if the power was his personal property. I'm sure you heard that. You heard him saying he won't hand over power to Mahama. As if the power he was holding was his personal property and he can pick and choose who he wanted to hand over to. Today, whom is he handing over to?
After very long.
So if you say that there's no gravity, jump and let's see whether you suspend. Today, the laws of gravity have brought Nana Akufo-Addo down. You know, when President Mahama came out as president-elect to meet him, you know one of the first things he said? He said, oh, President Mahama is one of my best friends. All of a sudden, the President Mahama he has been vilifying for God knows how long. He suddenly became his best friend. You see how God can humble people? The Nana Akufo-Addo who thought he was God, he's come down to the earth. And now he's now appealing for the friendship of President Mahama. But he will not be deceived. Ghanaians want accountability. Every one of them will account. From Nana Akufo-Addo to Dr. Bawumia to all that is, they will account for every person that is missing. That is why President Mahama is launching the oral operation, recover all the loot. All the lootings they've done, from money to land to everything, every single one of them will be recovered. Because we cannot play with accountability. The good people of this country have voted for President Mahama to demand accountability from the MPP. And every single one of them, from their appointees to the president to the vice president to all of their appointees, every single one of them will account. And I'm telling you that will be the hallmark, that all those of us in the NDC will make sure that, and I already know President Mahama has that commitment, but we will add the necessary fillip to make sure that is done, because that is what the good people of this country elected us, and that is what they expected us to do. And so we will not shortchange them for one moment. And President Mahama himself has said it. Anybody who comes with some broad shoulders and he wants to flaunt his authority is not under his government, because he's going to exhibit a very humble, down-to-earth government that will respect the wishes of Ghanaians. We are not going to be like the MPP who raise their shoulders in that kind of arrogant posture and look down on the people. It's a government that will work for the supreme interest of the people and listen to the people. We are human beings. You can make a mistake. When you are in government and you make a mistake, be humble enough to admit that mistake. Correct it and go further. But don't pretend that you are a saint. You there, nobody can tell you are the repository of all wisdom and knowledge. Nobody knows better than you. And so all the time your shoulders are high. No, that won't happen under President Mahama. To be a government of humility.
Final cover before we go.
Oh, you know, when the house has collapsed, do you ask whether the roof is still standing? Today the MPP house has collapsed. The roof and everything is down. Today the MPP is like a man who has died in the market. Do you need to announce it now again? It's a household information.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh,
I like it. I'll give you the proverbs. I like it. Any more thing, papa. I like it. Any more thing. Yes. Right.
How many proverbs he dropped for you?
Okay. I say, you get for the ever getting close to 20 hours or 2 days.
Eddie.
Okay, now about this now. Come on.
What's going on?
We shall talk longer later.
See, that's honorable. It's the also harvesting. Side water. Okay. Yeah, person in there.
Now, deliver and all he said, it's my if he said, see why the mama, international challenge, like DC, also DC, no, what you know, I'm about, I don't know, I'm not going to say, I do my win the Maya, and do my win the Maya, no, I can see it, and no, I need now, Timon for every part, no, I don't think no matter Obama, 7 and 12 months. I mean, said President Mama Bar, because no way, the Alpine and young, the was named
Honorable Kennedy, Japan, Honorable Waba, Miss Waba, Fair Oceana. Honorable Kennedy.
Big man said. Big man said.
Just a sit down. Not today.
Honorable
in your own time. I'll call. Thank you.
Paparazzi.
Presido, now that bomb.
Hey, Presido, 2045. Presido, 2045. Oh no. Oh, Canada, Japan can't grant a montiano. Not about me, no. Now, can okay.
Honorable Kennedy. Honorable. Honorable Kennedy, Japan, a compreko, Japan. I was on the Onkasa, because I'm going to find Kabama. To me, say honorable, worry, honorable, but Kennedy don't read. Kennedy don't read, honorable, honorable say, Onkasa. Ghana for the I say mum said pena 70 more to Abama John de Onkasa into Shanaboa enim che ocean enim de I say enim in ninji in any j de bin in so to Shanabo for far away now Shanabo.
Please come forward. Come here rather. One by one.
come and do government business.
Aside from
Just do government business.
So what would you say, I mean, after this whole outcome of the election, what would you say?
Ghanaians have spoken, and we should listen to them.
Is there any more you're expecting from, I mean, the sitting today and going forward?
I'm not in charge of the agenda. Those who are the business managers would agree on the agenda, and those who of us who are members of parliament would do accordingly.
Are you expecting all your colleagues to be present for business to begin?
It's my expectation that parliamentarians will do their work. Maybe there might be a colleague here who is on the parliamentary business outside the chamber. I cannot be here. But I'm expecting all parliamentarians to do their work.
Sir.
I was a bit, Memo better from. Why? Yeah.
That is me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Honorable Napo Nawaba. Honorable Napo. That's Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Vice President. Honorable as a fair Usha Napo Napo Abba. Many need journey of truth. I say he's not an MP sacking. And Naponia MP says MP it is didn't know self saying sacking. No. Micro minority leader, please. Agbojo, say micro minority leader, that's MMM. Kisiwa by the say arrogance. Kisiwa by the say. But I said Jews, I say Sisi, fear na police. I say Sisi, fear na police. Sisi, fear na police. Sisi, fear na Baba. I say Sisi, fear na Papa. What do you say? Na Musa Bakasa Fefe. I say, Prince, you sure? Did you listen to what Haji said? Your chance of friend you mark is Baba. Go mark your person. If we are your chance of friend you mark is Baba for Fefe. We are just waiting for friend you mark is Baba. It's a bar. Yeah, honorable. Katie Amo Nyamba, Katie Amo Nyamba, the cast me the Baba, cast me the Baba, Prince, Katie Amo Baba, to one to Baba, one by one.
Oh, the first session.
I'm going to have my exhibit card.
GTV.
Hey, the camera's on him like
And then he's an MP too, huh?
Yeah.
He's an MP as well.
Yeah. So, okay, Educational Minister, Nawaba, MP2. Mr. Wamba.
Yes.
Okay. You can say KTM Baba. You can say KTM Baba. KTM any friends KTM any afenyo markets. Come so into mobile. Because what we just say we say an idea to be a long day. Omunya sitting here just there. Japan MPs for no back. I've now on about one mobile. I've now on about one mobile. Omunya sitting here. Welcome. Omunya nti KTM ne chance obeba Nti sia no de. Ti ona ba to force so papa. Na ko o inside. Nti e kan say. Nti e kan say ketia mo. Ketia mo de kan say obaba. So Ghana. Well, the right now is like he's the man of the moment. Ketia, I said, look like Ketia Mon is a man of the moment. He can't Papa. Awesome.
What's it? What's it?
Isaac, where is Kaswa Rambo? Kaswa Rambo, the Nyamba, Hawakums, Nyamba, Kaswa Rambo Baba, Amobia, Kaswa Rambo, and Tibia Baba. Is a lesson for all political people, authority.
Right on. Yeah, but setting for 2 million. Shall we?
Nola, Patrick, we see us in Nola, and Paul is elected at MP and his tenure hasn't expired. And he hasn't yet. What is number one? Most of the NDC people don't have commercial fight. The NDC for almost they are the people in the majority side. NDP for us to say almost no more minority side. For them, maybe today, maybe they are not done. Some of the people that came, they weren't fighting. We have the lifestyle of Kennedy. social fighter. Not at a height or about he said or what is a chamber. I don't know why some of them are leaving because see here there here they are they were has any here there. Let's get Abuja. Okay. Their course on it there. And yeah, I was asking there.
Go inside. Huh?
But who uploaded it?
We uploaded it.
Yeah, maybe remember now what now.
Maybe. Wait, we found that low.
Yeah, I will take something. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, course on the Parliament in there. You could see say Omaba, yeah, Otimus Omo Yede, Omo have it, Omo exchange greetings, sir. Otimus Omo exchange greetings, sir. Yes, Otimus Omo exchange greetings, sir. Omo exchange greetings, sir. Upon greetings, Otimus say honorable Monomo exchange greetings. Yes, honorable Omo exchange greetings, sir. Greet themselves, you know. Otimus say any Jiankwana Ede, a war Omumwa, Omoniagia, Omoniagia, but Omo exchange greetings, Otimus say, Parliament, dear. I said, dear, Tokwine has it, any Jiankwan, any Jiankwan, a wedding. Ewa Ahasea. Otimus for the people that are here in Parliament in the lifestyle of Ajosafo by Kennedy, Honorable Kennedy Japan, and then in the background now, Utimus Sam George and Ninapo, Utimus Sam George Ninapo, more exchange, more and more Kasabi Koso. Now there, Sam George Ninapo, Utimus Kasabi Koso, one side. You see, say they are happy
Sam George ni napo otum say omani agye omo exchange greetings na there. But in politics no we ni any gsm a wo mu ni ba ebi wo baby aka say oh na politics dem to kwankwan na there na a lot of stuff. But for them who say for them ni there omani agye they just with their self or they don't care about whatever that the people are saying otum say with the what people are saying down there from for them they are just happily with their self. They are happily for their self. Ghana politics in some day focus politics there. In focus Emily said we don't care about if they are happy. We want them to do the right thing. I say you don't care about what they do. Emily, I say on found said the no. And Nidian say they should do the right thing, and the right thing will be done. The right thing that should be done very soon because on say Ghana is here. Where is John Jinapo? It's a very long time ahead from him speak. John Abu Jinapo or live wire. I say Abu Jinapo. You know, say your levels. I say I like the song that they are playing now. Lord, my heart will go now. Nana Akosha ask again. They always want to have their cake and still eat it. Also, was any Jenny dear or Moniagia Ghana. If you could see how happy they are, no, nobody would tell you, say, Moniagia. Doctor Napo ni Kofo no mo. They are already in a happy mood to show say for them Gabi Edujen say when would the proceedings start please? For now we're just waiting for them to start because Speaker of Parliament Nyamba which Speaker of Parliament Nyamba inti you can say the Casanova Koso very soon because right now no we are waiting for them. Speaker of Parliament Nyamba inti Alban Bagbin eba na they are proceeding from there because Otumu said some people are already in a happy mood. For now they're sitting in there. For sitting in there, because per what I heard, no say, the sitting should start as at 10 o'clock. I'm sitting here. The sitting, I don't know why I'm sitting here. Until you're trying to say, they'll do a sitting now. Until I don't know when they'll do the sitting. Until you're trying to say, I'm sitting. Until I'm sitting, even so, we are continuing more because what you say honorable Napo there Ghana for they have some thinking say Napo there he's loud and stuff. But what you say oba no or ne kasa mu no he's not he's a humble person. But I don't say he's a humble person, but Ghanaians no say he's not a humble person. For so you see that they are just interacting to each other in a lovely way. You saw the likes of Eslausu, also by Eslausu by I don't know, say maybe a Speaker of Parliament in Babanidia. Just because you could see say they are all of them they are standing, they are upstanding. What you say? All of them they are upstanding. What you say? They are all of them they are upstanding. Yes, we share in the background they are upstanding. the afternoon say ultimately the last of Kennedy Japan Kennedy akompreko Japan aba yehu Islawusu so aba yehu the last of Sam George aba Napo so aba Henry Kote so aba nti osa mpanyinfo nyinaa the outgoing and the incoming. Me won say Raga Central Region ono win here for Central Region waba ahase ba he's not being elected say on say January no mo de ombaba nti me won say ono so wa na me hu adwosafo so e wa hase a me won say adwosafo so aba fefe you could see say a lot of the MPs baby aba ahase to have their say. What is the honorable Kennedy Japan also on the Onkasa for him they say Onkasa Kennedy Japan on also Onkasa. What you say Sam George and Napo and Jina Honoma or have exchange greetings sir. What you say at the background any Jim Kwan Siri Kwan or Monster which is among and yet Ibufu so and they are always cool and they are always what happy together. They are always cool and happy together. No. And yet until we Napo ni Sam George there omo there omo ye there omo ni agia odum say omo get some vibe koso no vibe koso the den there Napo ni Sam George but outside no Ghanaians think say these people no omo nye the omo nka mo nshada nka ba we inside odum say any gem kwana there koso wa there say which means inside I say any gym kwan there. Into which I want to say my there. Or many agent on your honor. Painful buyer to an idea and then Parliament I there as make an honor. Parliament ye de ankasa and the Parliament ye de ankasa because people are saying say Parliament and the ntokwa na ebesi but ye bumper is ntokwa be every see e wa say because ntokwa see there I say last time omo buy ne ntokwa there and ye pese ebesi nti na ye bumper is ntokwa so ye NC but ntokwa so see there ebeye some way be say otumi say paying for momo kon there's some paying for so kon there doesn't speak well of them. And you know, let me read a comment that came in. Let me read the comment about commenting about any day. I know them papa Kennedy and Napo Eslewusu. Baba, you know, they came almost among Kasa because you may be a caution there for them. They are not happy. It is as they are not happy there, they will not talk. It was honorable Kennedy or say a man votiaman no person on Kasa they are in their own kebida. Until it say Napo there, Ojina Honoma, Unoide, Omudi Nkomo. Yes. It is an Napo there, Omudi Nkomo. Napo yeah obi a lively person in person there to see any Napo the ocean in person also is a lovely person or to say in person or a lovely person because on the some talk some sanya man on pe otimu say Sam George so and also abe time na ye interview some George no also ka sembi say for ono no de in same way John Dramani Mahama and yes or be yet to Ghana for mato abama say be the president and yes ba be nyame bi ho no nti utumi say with the environment the way environment nti very soon they will be seated there utumi say nti say ohwe me sa right here me right now you're watching from the right side where some George Gina on that's where the NDC for no no so that's where the NDC for until here this side which means side one napo which means napo na Gina until which means say I say napo na baby napo one that's where the MPP for no ewo nti otumi say aha say na MPP for no this is where the MPP are seated na aha say na NDC aha say na NDC for no the ewo nti otumi say some rounds be 90 bi na de ekoso nti tema Leon na honorable Sam George Kasa ono ka say NDC say Ghanaians if Ghanaians give you a power say benebeye a year. Or see some judge say, or see if Ghanaians give you power, that does not mean say you should the promises now will making you not go by yourself. Or see say one promises Ghana for more power. I want to go by your promises. So that means we will lose support or and Speaker of Parliament Waba Speaker of Parliament Waba very soon that means that means very soon. Very soon, Speaker of Parliament about it. That means very soon. Sitting bed. Sitting because it's here. A bear sitting because until at no matter now is here. Until Speaker of Parliament, Baba. Until Speaker of Parliament, Beba. Speaker of Parliament, Beba. Until Speaker of Parliament, Ba. Oba very soon Oba nti that means Oba no isi na Oba dey say seminar be koso no kasa be koso no maba now whatever that he's having for us no about the baba be maye baba catch na Ghana for yeso eti the ekoso nti we MPs for no ma akatena nti say from the look of the speaker one side the speaker on the side that's where the MPP are sitting they are sitting on the right side. Until looking at the speaker side, MPP are sitting on the right side and the NDC are sitting on the left side. Just that's how looking like. Until if for per how you are watching, I say where Sam George is standing at the speaker side, that's the left. So in my here, it will be at the right side of it. Until that's where the NDC people are seated. Per what I've heard is very soon speaker about into back environment in there. They are trying to position themselves where some people are trying to sit down. Also almost try some tenacity so that sir no go focus say Ketiamo go focus Ketiamo way in there. Ketiamo me to say baba me to say Ketiamo baba. They say KTM Baba, I don't know how come on Yamba. Me say KTM Baba, I don't know how come on Yamba. And you can say, honestly, Baba, any honorable, yes, I find you marking so aba. I find you marking so if you press no more sudden. Find you marking so I'm so aba. Into Utumu say, or my band is here. You can say KTM so Baba, majority. Very soon, if I start here, no. still on nti wohwɛ sisi ane deɛ start any 3 120 132 hwɛ 1257 one go back to 1257 wait 10 minutes na pardon na wait nti wohwɛ deɛ ɛnɛ showdown no deɛ ɛbɛsi ɛnɛ bɛsi ɛnɛ showdown no deɛ ɛbɛsi ankasa because Ghana no deɛ yɛpɛ showdown nti Kennedy Japan sɛ ɔbɛma yɛ showdown a nti ɛnɛ parliament deɛ yɛhwɛ sɛ showdown bi bɛkɔ so anaa sɛ showdown so ankɔ so deɛ ɛnɛ ɔma afa no saa this is a showdown cause of the this is a showdown beyond cause of the near fanasa because Ghana there to say Richmond I just say after 1 hour they are still not at work yeah as it Napo verse say he no speak at the final rally as in Napoli Buefu say one Casa final rally. I don't know how true is that say Napoli Buefu say one Casa final rally as a youth in this country should take a lesson from this scenario. Until you also Ghana for you to know yourself, we take a lesson from these scenarios. Until to say, at what you mean say, but MPP look friendly in Parliament now. What are they? We say MPP for now. I say, please, who are those people who told you there will be chaos? Please, as I'm confident, I'm going to say there will be chaos. Menkai ngofuna mukasa asam no deɛ said there will be chaos in the menkai ngofuna mukasa asam no I don't remember the people that said there will be chaos in Parliament in the menkai where is Afenyo Markins in the waba. I don't know if you are just joining there. Afenyo Markins came earlier on or no say on the Onkasa. Afenyo Markins came earlier on and we trying to say we get him from there. Until we try and see okay, you just joined. If you're just joined there, we just Afunya Mark is in the Waba. Until we are just trying to see we see him over here. What do you say? Ibima Baba or more the other side. If you see at the back side, this is where the people are seated. People from Hassan Matana, my Jack on your fair. What you say? Very soon there. Speaker Anya Matisse speaker bar around there. Very soon the Bible starts. Nay, Nadia or no, or the Amagana for. And this is the end of your train. Say speaker Baba Casa. What about Katie Amo? Katie Amo Nyamba, who's a Katie Amonaba? I say, Master, stop what you're saying. Do you expect them to fight? Of course, they have to talk about not enjoying anything. Katie Amo Nyamba, they have come to work on their ex gratia, not to do anything serious. That's early wisdom. Prophet Prince also Parliament is a house of issues, dealings and policies, implications, regardless of differences and stuff. So it's normal. Let the youth make up and get into Parliament. It is possible. Sana Prophet Sudiaba. Obviously needing a Chinese casa there. What is the Parliament sitting supposed to start. Sitting in there, they give the time that they give to us in there. No insult, Nana Benny, yes, and yet attempted the Emperor has said. What about the sitting arrangement? Sitting arrangement in there, we name the way sitting arrangement in the etier, and to see in the train say, almost some day about Becca, and see, Omokasa, we are near the way in your mind ever call. And you to me say, and to share maybe with the look of things there, about 140. It is Matisse speakers so about around, it is speakers so about around there. Measures maybe by 2 o'clock they might start. Maybe by 2 o'clock they might start. It's possible. It's not a dead slogan. Mohammed, I see it is possible to say a dead slogan. Just say it is possible not to so. Sana on our account. Say it is possible not to so. Also, it is possible that too. So I don't know how sure it is possible now. Ato nsuma the air corner. I see. Mr. Speaker, no Abba.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that we may perform this high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and fully served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, spare as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall run in slavery, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Let the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming people of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, in view of time constraints, we will not take roll call today, but we will have to take and recite the national pledge. Honorable members, President of Order 69, we shall proceed to recite the national pledge. I promise on my honor members, I have two messages from His Excellency the President. The first message is dated 8th November 2024, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 69 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Sunday, 10th November 2024, to Baku, Azerbaijan, at the invitation of the President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, to lead Ghana's delegation to the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP29, scheduled to be held from 10th November to 13th November 2024. Thereafter, I will depart back on Wednesday, 13th November 2024, to Paris, France, at the invitation of the President of France, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, for an official visit on 14th November 2024. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Friday, 15th November 2024. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo. The second is dated 14th December 2024. And it also reads, Mrs. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country today, Saturday, 14th December 2024, to Abuja, Nigeria, at the invitation of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and current chairman of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of State and Government, to participate in the 66th ordinary session of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Governments, scheduled to be held on Sunday, 15 December 2024. I will return to Ghana in the evening of the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Adudampa. Honorable members, today being the first day of this meeting, I think it's proper I invite your leaders to at least say a few words of welcome to you before I sum it up, so that you will be properly recognized, receive, and to formally commence proceedings. We will start with the minority leader, Honorable Dr. Atuban Foster.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a statement to welcome your good self, leadership, and all honourable members of Parliament back to this august house. Speaker, I would like to congratulate all members who were re-elected in the just ended parliamentary elections. Right Honourable Speaker, again to our colleagues who unfortunately will not be part of the next Parliament, I wish them well in their future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I would like to profoundly thank the good people of Ghana for their emphatic decision in the December 7th presidential and parliamentary elections. At this point, Mr. Speaker, it is finished. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank the people of Ghana for electing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the next President of the Republic of Ghana. The people of Ghana have once again shown that they can rise to the occasion when it matters the most. May I, at this point, acknowledge the hard work of our present 137 NDC members of Parliament for their dedication to duty, which has resulted in the unprecedented number of MPs elected for the NDC party. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce that we were able to snatch over 50 parliamentary seats from our colleagues at the divide. We took more than 50 parliamentary seats from the ruling NPP party. Mr. Speaker, we have clearly shown that it is possible to reduce the NPP majority to incompetent. Indeed, incompetent is possible. Right Honourable Speaker, the ninth Parliament will be unique and interesting. It will be a contest of ideas between the super NDC majority and the mini-micro NPP minority. Mr. Speaker, what happened on the 7th December polls was a revolution, the people's revolution, what I call it. It was a revolt against the government that is obstinate, insensitive, high-handed, and dismissive of public opinion. It was a revolt against the government that called people with dissenting views names, such as detractors, cynics, naysayers. Mr. Speaker, sometimes they call views of dissenting people as Sambalat and Tobias. Ghanaians have clearly shown that they cannot be taken for granted, and that when it matters the most, they will either reward those in office or punish those in office. Right, Honourable Speaker, it is obvious that the MPP has been punished for its poor governance, economic mismanagement, obstinacy, greed, state capture, arrogance of power, impunity, disrespect, lawlessness, and persecution of political opponents. Mr. Speaker, the lesson is that what happened to the MPP and the outgoing government is that the political class cannot and should not take the people of Ghana for granted. This calls for introspection on the part of the political class. It is also a call for deep soul searching on the part of those in leadership who ought to have been heard when government engages in acts of impunity, lawlessness, and destruction. To my cherished NDC political party and the incoming government, will we never become like the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government? Right, Honourable Speaker, we have to be different. We cannot be like the NPP government. We may be guided by the principles of integrity, probity, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us to do right by the people of Ghana at all times and to champion people-centered policies that genuinely benefit the voter and the ordinary Ghanaian, not the political class and its cronies. Right, Honourable Speaker, indeed it is finished.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of the majority leader, Honourable You are still my son.
Let's do that. Now is Alexander Ebenezer.
Sorry, Alexander.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to also welcome you into the House and welcome my colleagues, led by Dr. Kisen Atufosi, back into this honorable chamber. Indeed, it is an established constitutional custom that once in every 4 years, the people of this country are given the opportunity to elect their leaders. First, the President of the Republic, and second, parliamentarians, the people's representatives. On the 7th of December, this mandate was rightfully exercised by the people of Ghana. They did so peacefully, without fear. They have elected the President and members of Parliament. It is without doubt that our friends in the NDC have emerged victorious. And I take this opportunity to congratulate the leader of the minority side and his team for such an unprecedented feat. I also congratulate His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama on his election. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud did something very unprecedented. We've never witnessed it in the history of our politics before. Relying on his own internal coalition, at 9 a.m. on Sunday, he publicly acknowledged the outcome of the elections, conceded and congratulated the president-elect, who was yet to be officially declared by the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, such a move by him was very historic and commendable. Today, we are here because of that singular action. Today, we are here because all of us collectively acknowledged that all we have is our democracy. Mr. Speaker, permit me to take us through memory lane. Mr. Speaker, in 1997, after the 1996 elections, the NDC received an overwhelming victory, and the MPP had only 61 in this chamber. It was a 200-member chamber. The NDC was only short of one seat to go get the 2/3. But I am happy to say that that supposed mini-minority, micro-minority, as pronounced by Dr. Casey Latofosi, emerged victorious in less than, in just 4 years because of hard work. They turned the minority into a majority when it came to the 2000 election. Mr. Speaker, again, in 2012, the MPP suffered another defeat, and the NDC had a majority. In 2016, another historic feat was achieved by the MPP, where we had overwhelming majority in this chamber of 169 seats. In less than 4 years, we started going back. And by the time the people exercised their mandate again, the 169 had reduced into 137, plus our independent who caucused with us, and we made it to 138. Dr. Foster, I have heard you. You have overwhelming majority. But that majority will start reducing from the end of January. And I know that come 2028, we will be in the majority. Mr. Speaker, already we are experiencing some encircling gloom. This darkness we are seeing, and looking at your posture, we know that you have promised a lean government. You say less than 40 ministers. I know the MPs, yes. Mr. Speaker, I know they can't take it. Now we are coming to minority. Be prepared. Be prepared. You see you can't take it. You see you can't take it. Mr. Speaker, even if your flag bearer, who is now president-elect, said 60, we are going to see how many of you will make it. We are going to see. You said 60 ministers and deputy ministers, all inclusive 60. Mr. Speaker, we are going to see how you are going to protect the public press. We hear from Honorable Setekwe that you cannot implement the free SHS. We await the outcome of your policies. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that this incoming government is going to implement this Nkukwan Kitinkiti policy. The Nkukwan Kitinkiti is a social intervention program. We are going to welcome it. But you say you are going to reduce taxes. You are going to repeal the betting tax, the e-levy. You are going to repeal all these taxes. You are going to reduce the taxes at the port. We wonder where you get the money to implement your Nkukwan Kitinkiti. We are waiting. Mr. Speaker, these are on a lighter note. But Mr. Speaker, clearly, this is a time for us to reflect, particularly those of us getting into opposition. Indeed, no party can run a perfect government in this country. When you get into government, whilst you are happy to implement your policies, you are likely to make some mistakes. We concede that some mistakes were made. We concede that we couldn't have done everything perfect. The people have spoken, we've accepted it. But Mr. Speaker, the coming days and years will reveal the true colors of this umbrella. And the elephant will be watching keenly in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, this House looks forward to a leadership that will keep us going and keep the lights on in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, let me commend you for the 4 years of your leadership in this House. Mr. Speaker, we may have our disagreements, but it is obvious that members' warfare have been key to your leadership. Nobody can take it away from you. Mr. Speaker, the institutional empowerment you've given to Parliament is equal to none. It's likely because, Mr. Speaker, we had you as a speaker coming from within. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you are being retained or a new person is going to be appointed, but I pray that if they decide, Mr. Speaker, if they sack you, Mr. Speaker, for all that you've done for them, they are going to sack you. Of all that Mr. Speaker has done for you, you are going to sack Mr. Speaker. We will see. Mr. Speaker, if they decide to retain you, I know Parliament is going to benefit. But should they decide to retire you, Mr. Speaker, they can do it. Oh, they can do it. They are unpredictable. They can do it. If they decide to retain you, the happiness of this House will gather further momentum. However, if the new government decides to bring a new speaker, that speaker should come from within. We don't want an outsider. We want somebody from within who would understand us. But Mr. Speaker, having said that, we have some major government business outstanding that I would want to encourage colleagues that within the few days and weeks left, we should do everything possible to deal with these government business so that we can say that it is indeed finished. Mr. Speaker, there are also some important welfare matters that I would want to pledge to my colleagues, that together with my colleague Dr. Casey Latofosen, who by virtue of his position in the transitional arrangement so far, I know he would understand the need to cooperate to ensure the happiness of members. I cannot foresee members being happy to do the rest of government business when we've not dealt with the issues of welfare. Mr. Speaker, these matters must be attended to. Members have projects outstanding in their constituencies. We need to together work and ensure that statutory funds that are outstanding are released so that members can continue their projects, hand them over, especially those who are leaving us. Mr. Speaker, to colleagues who could not make it, there's a better day tomorrow. Do not give up. The Frenchman will say, c'est la vie. This is life. There are good days and bad days. If you lost, get back to the people, understand them, do some research, and I'm quite sure that upon that and reflection, you'll be better prepared for a better day tomorrow. There are some amongst us who lost elections and came back. Go to them, consult them, and engage them. And if you are desirous of remaining in public life, I'm sure you'll make it the next time around. For those of us who have won, let us be mindful of the needs of our people. We should really evaluate, assess, and critically analyze our votes. Those that were coming down, we should know what the people are telling us, so that we'll be better prepared for the next election in terms of the decisions that we'll take. Mr. Speaker, with this, I would want to again welcome colleagues and thank also the parliamentary service staff. They've been our silent enablers, encouraging us, supporting us. You know, Mr. Speaker, they make us function and function effectively. To them, I say thank you. We appreciate your work in silence. God richly bless you for all you do in silence for the benefit of the people's representatives. Mr. Speaker, without more, let me thank you for this opportunity, and I say may God bless this house. Thank you.
Honorable members, it is with a deep sense of duty and gratitude that I warmly welcome you to the Grand Arena of the Accra International Conference Center to commence the sittings of the 7th meeting of the 4th session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Considering how stressful the election season has been, many of you would have loved to spend some time with your friends and families and to recuperate and de-stress. Fortunately, you did not get that luxury. I am glad it has not been lost on you that this House stands at a critical juncture in our nation's parliamentary history. And so you have responded to the notice of summons to attend this national call beyond the expectations of our people. I appreciate all of you for the acceptance of my call to reconvene Parliament today. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to congratulate the people of Ghana, particularly the voters, for the exceptional display of maturity in the exercise of the right of choice as to who should lead our nation in the next government. The peaceful manner in which Ghanaians participated in this pivotal process is a clear affirmation of our collective resolve to uphold, protect, and entrench democratic culture in the governance of our country. We have learned some lessons in the aftermath of voting, and I'm hopeful steps will be taken to remedy the defects in the electoral system and process, particularly of collation. Despite these drawbacks, the spirit of cooperation and respect exhibited by the majority of the voters and political leaders reflect the resilience and maturity of our democracy. Let us acknowledge, appreciate, and celebrate this achievement and use it as a solid foundation stone for continuous dialogue and collaboration as we work together to build the Ghana we want. To some of you, honorable members, this meeting may be the last moment of service within the corridors of Parliament, but certainly not the end of your political service or end of life. You never know what life holds in store for you. I encourage you to soldier on. Who knows, you may be, in the near future, you may join a group of members of parliament referred to in this house as we shall return. Kindly take heart and remain hopeful of the future. Having said this, on behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, I extend our hearty congratulations to the President of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, for his leadership in the organization of the general elections, and the Vice President for conceding defeat early enough to those the heat generated by the decisive vote of the people of Ghana. I'll also, on your behalf, applaud the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President-elect, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, for scoring an emphatic victory and a heavy mandate of Ghanaians at the just ended general elections. I need not remind anyone of the saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. Your promise to reset Ghana has been massively endorsed by the voters, and you cannot afford to disappoint them. I trust Parliament will be a reliable partner and a gatekeeper to ensure a just delivery of that promise. Many opportunities have been unleashed and many more myths broken by this victory. But I'm very, very happy that we did not just pass the law on gender for nothing. It has already shown some fruits. Her Excellency's ascendancy to the position of the Vice President of this nation has not just opened the door, it has opened doors. And I'm happy with her promise that she's going to keep the doors open for many more to take advantage of and to improve the living standard of our people. Ghana's democracy is the ultimate winner of these elections. We are definitely on the right course. I want to encourage all to continue in that right direction. Honorable members, this meeting is for a few days, being a product of a culmination of teething problems of our fourth attempt at democratic governance. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the commitment, resilience, and dedication that some of you honorable members have made and displayed to ensure that the term of this parliament ends successfully. Together, we have maneuvered and creditably navigated through, for the first time, an unexpected hung parliament with its unprecedented challenges. Despite our failings as legislators and leaders, Ghanaians held their peace and endured with admirable patience and tolerance. I take this opportunity to commend all Ghanaians for the show and demonstration of democratic maturity. As we prepare to embark on this penultimate meeting, we have, honorable members, work to do. We have a duty to perform. We have a parliament to strengthen, and we have a nation to build. The business of this house is far from complete, and the legislative priorities before us demand nothing short of our loyal service, utmost dedication, focus, and firm action. Several crucial private and public bills, tax and financial requisitions, international agreements, and committee reports are pending and at various stages of consideration. Unfortunately, The season and time are not in favor of a heavy work schedule as detailed out on the order paper. We are compelled in the circumstances to be realistic and to prioritize business. Unless we abandon the interests of the people and nation, there is no way the long list of government business on the order paper could be done within this limited period of time before the end of the term of office of this Parliament. Consequently, I propose the House considers the following items as priority business. 1. Expenditure in advance of appropriation bill 2024. 2. Environmental protection bill 2024. The consideration of the clauses of this bill has been taken already. It just left with the third reading only. 3. Boundary Commission Bill 2024. This is a very urgent bill due to the state of insecurity in the world, particularly our sub-region, West Africa. The Social Protection Bill 2023 as number 4. Parliament Transition Bill 2023. Parliamentary Service Bill 2024. And a few Public Accounts Committee reports, which if not taken, will lapse and have to be referred to a new committee in the 9th Parliament. And I believe that will cause irreparable damage to our economy. The two bills sponsored by Parliament are essential in refining the processes involved in the peaceful transfer of the management and administration of Parliament to prevent the occurrence of the ugly incidents at the birth of the 8th Parliament. It is time the House takes a decisive action to enact a law to strand out in clear terms the processes and procedures of transition from one Parliament to player in the global economic arena ought to be considered. I'm however giving a signal that this is unlikely to happen because of the nature of the bill. But I believe that this bill lays the groundwork for more robust, clear, and transparent international economic engagements, enhancing investor confidence while safeguarding our national interests. I urge the Business Committee and leadership of the House to sequence the programming of these essential legislative items. Honorable members, let us end this Parliament on a good note. It is essential as leaders for us to act to preserve the gains of our democracy. In summary, I emphasize our sacred mandate to serve the people of Ghana. This sacred mandate remains active until the end of this parliamentary term, and nobody should forget of that. Once more, you are all warmly welcome, and I thank you for your attention. Honorable members, we will now move to the next item, definitely our usual item of correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. I have two additions. The first, dated Tuesday, 22nd October 2024. I hope members have copies of that. And so we start the Tuesday, 22nd October 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Sorry, page 4. Honorable member for West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw attention to the fact that you adjourned because there was no quorum. But if you look at the total number of people listed here, you have 171. But that contradicts the reason to adjourn the House. Purposely for lack of quorum. Then you have 171. I just wonder how it is. And the report is saying that the caucus, the majority caucus, does not attend the House. So it kind of contradicts the essence of the reasons to close the agenda. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm just wondering if we have been given different votes and proceedings for 22nd October 2024. Because, right, Honourable Speaker, what I have has 120 members, not 170 as Honourable Bagbin has. So that's Tuesday, 22nd October 2024. I have 120 members present, 7 members absent with permission, and then, Mr. Speaker, 148 members absent without permission. That's what I have. So I don't know if we have been issued with different votes and proceedings for Tuesday, 22nd October 2024.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, just adding my voice to what former Deputy Leader said, Honorable Rashid, in respect of the votes. Mr. Speaker, even if it was 120 as per the records, the 120 present was sufficient number for the House to sit and deliberate on matters. So I just wanted to add my voice to what he said, without more. Thank you, sir.
Yes, again, Honorable Bagbin.
Hello, I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to draw the attention of the Honourable Majority Leader that the intervention he just made has been settled by the Right Honourable Speaker. If the Majority Leader pays regard to page 8, paragraph 7.3, the Speaker explained that, quote, the Right Honourable Speaker indicated that per Article 102 of the 1990 Constitution and Order 64.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, the House had quorum to transact business. However, per Article 1041 of the Constitution, the House did not have the numbers to take decisions. So the matter was addressed by the Right Honourable Speaker. So that intervention that we had the numbers to proceed and all of that. The Speaker, we only had the numbers to form a quorum, but we didn't have the numbers to take a decision under Article 1041, which the Right Honourable Speaker properly addressed. So I don't know where the Majority Leader is going with this. You are leading us astray. And if we can focus on the correct vote and proceedings, if we do have the same vote and proceedings for Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, I think that will be helpful.
Yes, Majority Leader. Before I respond to my respected colleague, and I know that he wasn't attempting to challenge me on procedure. In the least, my procedure is good. Mr. Speaker, you made me aware some time ago, and this is a preliminary comment before I come to this issue, that sometimes a speaker may have to make a mistake to ensure that democracy survives. So, Mr. Speaker, this you told me some time ago, that sometimes some mistakes are necessary. I'm referring to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that sometimes some mistakes are made just to get things done. So I have said that in jest. But let me go to the issue. The issue raised by Honourable Bell was to the effect that the House was adjourned because there was no quorum to sit, not quorum to take decision. That was his argument. Mr. Speaker, that was his argument. Now why is it that although we had sufficient numbers to proceed with the day's sitting, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, we don't only sit to take decisions. We sit also to make statements. When it comes to statements, statements are made where a matter of national importance is considered, is debated. A motion could also be taken. It is only when it gets to the point of decision making that the secondary stage of quorum would have to be triggered. Mr. Speaker, the issue is the primary issue of quorum, which Honourable Belbo wanted to draw the House's attention to the fact that we had quorum to sit. There wasn't any government business on the floor that day. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take it that perhaps it was one of those necessary errors to get democracy going. But Mr. Speaker, there was no such issue of lack of quorum for the House to sit. And the 120 members present answers the question. Nobody should attempt to create confusion on this matter. Honourable members should not throw dust into our eyes. This is the issue. Hands up will capture the record. The vote is here. Now we had 120 members present. That is in respect of the 22nd of October 2024. Is here. The last person is Zidane, Beg, and Watazu. Is here, Mr. Speaker. So the House was properly constituted to proceed with deliberations, to proceed with deliberations and to undertake other legislative work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Rashid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we are operating at different levels. I made a mistake and made reference to the Thursday sitting, which are 171 members. And so he is talking about the Tuesday meeting. So he may be arguing on the right path or otherwise, but that's not exactly what I meant. I just wanted to make reference to the 171 members. And I thought that the 171 members were not present in the House and couldn't have been captured in the vote and proceedings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members. Yes, please. Honorable yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is raising a matter that, Mr. Speaker, we have to pay attention to. This being a House of Record, and these are matters that went all the way to the Supreme Court. They are constitutional issues, and we should not gloss over them. The fact of the matter is that when we convened here on the 22nd of October, our colleagues on the other side did not attend proceedings. They were not in this House. They boycotted the sitting. And so we did not have a decision-making forum. And that is the basis upon which the Speaker ruled, which is clearly stated in the vote and proceedings. So for the majority leader to be using the back door, albeit surreptitiously, to say that there was a mistake by the Speaker, there was no mistake. There was no mistake. The fact of the matter is that we did not have a decision-making forum. And the Speaker stated emphatically that there were decisions that we had to take. We didn't meet that day to read statements and to exchange pleasantries and to file questions and all of that. There was a motion, there was the need to take a decision. And we didn't have a quorum to take that decision. We didn't have the minimum 138 to take a decision. We didn't have that. So, Mr. Speaker ruled clearly. And Mr. Speaker, in case the majority leader wants us to refer him again to page 8, the Speaker's ruling is there clearly that the House, the Article 1041 of the Constitution, did not have the numbers to take a decision because there was, according to the Speaker, a matter that required a decision to be taken. And we did not have the numbers to take a decision. So if you read it, it's stated there clearly. Just read the ruling fully. And you see that the Speaker was very, very clear that we were meeting to take decisions. And we did not have a quorum to take a decision. So majority leader, this is your attempt to use the back door to rewrite what had happened and to even suggest that the Speaker made a mistake. And you know as many of us, if the Speaker made a mistake, have you come by motion to challenge the ruling of the Speaker? The Speaker's ruling has not been challenged. And that is the ruling of this House. That's what the records reflect. So Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to really make progress. The Speaker has not made a mistake. What transpired here is clear. You called for an emergency sitting. You ran away. You didn't show up. We were here. You were nowhere to be found. I actually thought you would use this opportunity to apologize to Mr. Speaker and all of us who had to leave our campaigns and come to this House. And indeed, the entire Ghanaian populace. So, Honorable Afenyoman should be apologizing to us, to Mr. Speaker and Ghanaians, not trying to distort what happened in this house, which has been accurately reflected in our records.
Yes, Honorable Matthew Okoku Brembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You just called for correction of votes and proceedings. It is entirely in the votes of the House. I think a mistake has been made. Done. Right now. That purported argument that no decision was being made, so calling that order in force is wrong. He himself, in speaking, he said that there was no decision on the order paper to be made. So maybe we should take advantage that the item on the table now, on the floor now, is correction of votes and proceedings. So that we can, if something has been stated wrongly, this is the time to correct it, so that we can move on.
Honorable members, I think we should just proceed. A person who raised the issue said his reference was to a different order, goes on proceedings, dated Thursday, 7th November 2024, not the one we were considering, dated Tuesday, 22nd October 2024. And so that ends it. And for the others, those who believe that are erred in my ruling, they need to be taken to school. I'm not sure they read the ruling very well. And that ruling actually worked in their favor. Honorable Majority Leader, it actually worked in your favor. And for you to come here and try to impede on that ruling, please, I really was surprised that you raised the issue that you put across. It's not correct. Please.
If you're going to the temperature, Mr. Speaker, I never raised this matter.
I'm not saying you raised the matter. I'm not saying that. But you gave an example that I told you. I'm sure you are talking about maybe in private.
No, Mr. Speaker.
And sometimes the speaker errs.
Mr. Speaker, not on this occasion. It was not related to this. Mr. Speaker, it's not related to this. Mr. Speaker, today is the first day. Don't mind them. They are provoking you. Don't mind them. It is not like Mr. Speaker. Don't mind them. Don't be provoked. Mr. Speaker, be a very happy man. I beg you. I don't want them.
Don't worry, I will never be provoked. But the public, they are listening to us.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't relate to
you.
I beg you.
And the public will be misled. I gave about 3 reasons. And I'm sure you didn't avert your mind to the 3rd reason. For the reason why I adjourned, actually not suspend, I adjourned the meeting indefinitely. And I listened to some of you debate this matter on air. And I thought you should have been commending me for adjourning it, but you were rather condemning me for doing so. It saddened me, but I understand the arena we are in. And so I've taken it to my stride. As we go along, we will have to deepen the orientation and training of members of parliament, so that we don't get the public being confused by you who are seen as leaders, you who are seen who should know better, rather misleading them. So let's go back to the correction of votes and proceedings on the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 22nd October 2024. We're at page 4. And those present, as you can see, are 120. Those absent with permission were only 7. Then the rest are absent without permission. So please, page 4. Yes.
may be marked as absent.
Table office, can you take note? Yes. Honorable member. Are you on your feet to, sorry, page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yes. Honorable Osechi is supposed to.
Speaker, 6, item number is 98. I think I transmitted a leave of absence request, but I'm just to that. And having said so, Speaker, even if we start to get late, it's past 2 o'clock, it's almost 3. Whether you may want to call for extension of the sitting period.
Yes, I may need to look at our new standing orders. A few things have been changed in the new standing orders. But I call on the table office to look at the request for permission and whether that request was approved. If so, please, you do the right thing by making sure that he's absent of permission. If not, you leave it as it is. But now our standing orders talks about us sitting for 5 hours, not the 4 hours as indicated by the earlier standing orders. And so there is some change as to the time to announce or give notice to the House of an extension of sitting. So we may have to look at it again. Page 7. Yes, please.
Right Honourable Speaker, I was marked absent without permission, but I was present. Thank you.
What's your number?
Number is 188.
1-8. $138. Yes, you want to help her?
I had a different matter that I wanted to raise, but she said 138, page 7.
Yes, 138, yes. Yes, you could now add yours.
And Mr. Speaker, again on page 7, number 134, I was in the House but marked absent. So it's an exception.
Are you sure that day you were at the House?
Mr. Speaker, yes. And I even granted an interview on that day. I came in and my members had done the press conference and left. And I think that was in the chamber, and then they should reflect as such. If we are here independently representing our people on that day, I was there. And I granted
think table office can you take note of that. Page 8. Yes, sorry, page 7.
The figure number 115. I was present that day.
Number 115. Can you take note? Yes.
You can turn to page 6, number 69. I was present in the chamber. Thank you.
Table office, can you take note? Any more? Okay, we move to page 8. Page 9, page 8. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, page 8, the tradition of this House, when there has been a boycott by one side, is that the vote and proceedings capture that. But you go through the entire vote and proceedings, and the Speaker, that is not reflected. The Speaker, for example, if you take the Thursday, 7 November 1, that is captured. That boycott or lack of attendance is stated. But in the case of the 22nd October 2024, no show by our colleagues on the other side. It's not captured. You only get a slight sense of that when you look at the Speaker's ruling, where the Speaker says that the House will not have the numbers to take decisions. But why don't we have the numbers? That might be stated because our colleagues were not in the House budget. And that has been the tradition. It is always stated in the vote and proceedings. So the Speaker, if the table of business can reflect that development because it is missing.
Yes, Honorable the Chairman of Constitutional Legal and Parliamentary.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to my colleague's correction, I do not think that we were in the House and we walked out. That's what we call boycott. Members, it is recorded that 120 were present. This number was absent with permission, and these numbers were absent, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the record is captured it straight away. Nothing happened in the chamber that indicates that a group of the people had boycotted Parliament. And therefore, I think it should remain as such. Thank you.
Well, I can only direct the table office to cross-check as to what happened that day. Because on record, there is no indication of a boycott or even a walkout. But my ruling gave an indication that we do not have sufficient numbers. And definitely those of us who were present also observed a few things. And I think that they have been captured by the verbatim reporters who were present in the House. Our attention has been drawn by the honorable member for Domi Kwalinya that she came later on and was present in the House. And so we have to make sure that we capture all this. But I recall talking about adjourning the House, the meeting, not suspending the meeting. So please, table office, take note of it at paragraph 3 of my ruling. Now we go to page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 22nd October 2024 are hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now take Thursday, 7th November 2024, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 7, yes please.
I'm going to write on speaker, page 7, item number 4, your formal communication to the House, second paragraph. The two requests, the dates provided are incomplete. We only have 22nd October and 24th October, but the year is missing. So if they can add a year, it's been a House of Records. I presume it's 22nd October 2024 and 24th October 2024. I'm grateful to speak.
Table of Office kindly do so. Page 8. Honorable members, the votes on proceedings of the emergency sitting dated Thursday, 7th November 2024, as corrected are adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move to the official reports. And I have 4 copies of different sorry, my attention has been drawn to the fact that Honorable was a chairman supposed to on his feet. Sorry. Yes.
Speaker, not really a matter of controversy. I thought that is for consistency. Speaker, you adjourned the sitting of 7th November 2024 on account of the prevailing situation in the House. That you took cognizance of the fact that the group of members were not present in the House. And then we proceeded to, on account of that, we proceeded to adjourn the House immediately. That was on the 7th of November 2024. Speaker, on Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, when you adjourned the House, it was an account of prevailing circumstances. One, and you yourself mentioned the prevailing circumstances. 2, the question on the composition and constitution of Parliament. And 3, having regard to public interest. These were the 3 reasons that you cited. And then we proceeded to adjourn the House. Speaker, I'm just juxtaposing the 2 circumstances. Same thing. And in that regard, what we did did not qualify for a ruling, because I've heard people refer to the fact that we made a ruling. A ruling on what? ruling is only made when there's a matter in contention, and then you can be able to give your interpretation and how the House should proceed. So what you did, captured on page 8 of the Rules and Procedures of Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, which has been described as your ruling, the greatest respect. The agenda is an account of the prevailing circumstances. We related to it. As far as I'm concerned, that will not qualify for a ruling of the House. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, we are correcting rules and proceedings. There is nothing here that says that the Speaker gave the ruling. There is nothing. So, Speaker, page 8 says Speaker informed the House. So it was information coming from Mr. Speaker. As for what other people have said on radio, it cannot be part of our votes and proceedings.
Well, I take it that the word ruling has been used loosely because the votes and proceedings are very clear. They refer to what happened that day as formal communication. On both instances, it's captured there as formal communication. But what is generally understood by many, particularly the public, is ruling. And so we are all caught up. Even I have fallen a number of times into that trap and have used it a number of times. So it's not a formal ruling, but just communication to the House. And I think that the former majority leader was drawing our attention to it. But Honorable Mama Yaga is right. We are correcting the votes and proceedings of the House. And there's nothing referred there to ruling. It's just information to members. It's a formal communication. Yes, Member of Parliament for Domi Kwabena.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also to take you back to the vote and proceedings, which you've already cleared, but I just want to draw your attention to something on page 14 about the Committee on Employment, Labor Relations and Pensions. Honorable Comfort Doyle originally is not a member of the committee, but the matter that they were considering was bothering in her, or was happening in her constituency. And I remember that every time that we met, she made herself available. So if it can be captured as in attendance, at least it would capture the true reflection of what happened on that day. She's always been part of our meeting as a member of Parliament in the Ada area where the election chair issue occurred. Not as a member of the committee, but as the sitting member of Parliament. Thank you.
The table of this kindly take note. Anyway, let's now look at the official report, starting with the one on 5th July 2024, which is a Friday. The proceedings of that day has been captured verbatim in the official report. Any corrections? Honorable members. Yes, please. You don't have copies?
Yes, please, we don't have copies.
What about the 9th, 10th, and 11th July? These are none. Then we'll have to take it another day. Please, able office, take note of that and get copies across to members. Honorable members, we move to the next item,
Business statement. Chairman, Business Committee. Right Honourable Speaker, I shall proceed with the business statement for the week ending 20th of December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met and agreed on the business for the week. Same has been captured by a 9-page document signed by my very self and attached to this report. So Speaker, what we have, we expect to not only end on Friday, Mr. Speaker, if you will permit, we may have to add Saturday to the sitting so that we could adjourn for the Christmas and then come back. Mr. Speaker, all these that have been proposed are conditioned on resolving some critical outstanding matters, particularly statutory payment and other matters that members expect action. I expect the whips to take this matter out, the majority and the minority whips to take the outstanding statutory payment matters out, so that it will pave the way for us to have a smooth deliberation for the week. The Speaker, the report has been circulated to all members, and I shall proceed to resume my seat and let's invite comments from members so that we bring a finality to the program for the week. Thank you very much.
Yes, honourable members, we take it that the business report has been presented. Any comment? Yes, honourable Haruna Ibrisu.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a comment on the business statement presented by the leader of government business. And Mr. Speaker, one thought that the leader will take a cue from your guidance. There are major developments in the country, and therefore, as a house, Mr. Speaker, one of the most important business this house should preoccupy itself with is the expenditure in advance of appropriation for January to May 2025. Arguably, Mr. Speaker, because the new government, which will assume the powers of government from 7th January, will have to put its act together in order to get a budget before the reconstituted Parliament on midnight of 6th to 7th January. Therefore, what we are expected to do is to know, one, how the workers of this country will be taken care of in respect of compensation. Then, if there are interest payment commitments on loans in order that the country does not stand in default, that will also be addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are giving your comments, I'm not sure the leader was listening. So that is major business. As for wanting to commit the new administration to some of the policy guidance, Mr. Speaker, we note that this government has a mandate until midnight of 6th January. But cautiously, they should be guided that they are not committing the incoming administration to some fiscal and budget swings with some of the decisions they want to make. So he should, as you guided, Mr. Speaker, some of it that he wants to, some of the business he wants to take, even though he says that he wants understanding and consensus, they should be guided and prioritize government business. Our first major business should be the expenditure in advance of appropriation. That this House must concern itself with. The other business can wait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Alban Bagbin.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the list of priorities for this meeting, Mr. Speaker, I want to respectfully appeal to you. As you read through your list of priorities, I was hoping that we will conclude work on the constitutional amendment bill on the dual citizenship matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, I thought that we had come very far on that, but I didn't hear you speak to that matter. It also doesn't find expression here in the business statement. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can probably affect your mind to that. Then, Mr. Speaker, the second issue that I want to raise relates to the tall list of tax waivers that the majority leader continues to present to this House in business statements. Mr. Speaker, we have stated our position on this matter, and considering the fact that all of these matters have been voted against and rejected by the Ghanaian people, why is the majority leader still putting it in the business statement and wanting to get us to work on these matters, which are so popular? Common list, over 40 tax waivers, Mr. Speaker, and this will have serious fiscal implications for the next government. I mean, why do you want to saddle the next government with these huge revenue losses when you have been wrongly rejected at the polls? And this is a government talking about coming to cut down on obnoxious nuisance taxes. And then you are creating more fiscal liabilities for us. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to serve notice that these tax waivers, we are not going to support them. So, please listen to the Right Honourable Speaker's list of priorities, particularly the budget for the first 3 months of next year. As for tax waivers, we cannot support you. Honourable Bagbin, we cannot support you. So you need to really get this out of the business statement. I'm grateful to speak.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, Honorable Dr. Matthew Obeku. Obuku Prembe, yes. It's not. Only the Nabu is to them.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought the minority leader and the majority leader come from an understanding as far as government business that we have perceived this session that we are undergoing. Just to get up and say that Ghanaians have totally rejected MPP and all its bills and all its encumbrances. It's a very, very unfair statement. It's a very, very unfair statement in the sense that there are other things that have been programmed that I think that we shouldn't even bother to do. Why should we at this time take up any bill, whether it's an environmental bill or social bill? I think the new government then should come and start. Because they are resetting. And I agree that they voted for resetting. So, Mr. Speaker, probably the only thing we have to do is to take the vote on account and closure. We should not continue with any business here. Because, like Honorable Okuleto said, and rightly so, Ghanaians have voted for the research agenda of the So, not only that, Mr. Speaker, apart from the vote and proceedings and maybe his end of service benefit that he's very much interested in, every other thing, social protection bill, second reading of bill, third reading, so that they have own personal interest. Conclusion. Thank you.
I've guided the House because I know what happened at the end of 2000, and I know what happened at the end of 2008. I know what happened at the end of 2016. I know the statements that incoming governments made and the outgoing government, and we are following those good practices. And so before I gave the proposals in my statement, leadership had a bite on it. Where they agree, I captured it. Where they disagree, I eliminated it. So I just simply said the items are captured in my statement, sequence them so that we can handle them, because I thought the number one priority is the expenditure in advance of appropriation. In fact, I was told that we're starting today. I'm aware that a request was also made for the Public Accounts Committee reports because of the nature of those reports. And so I captured those things for our consideration. Beyond that, that not for the determination of the 8th Parliament. The 9th Parliament can continue if the new government considers it necessary to proceed with. So let's take to this agenda and let's get some business done. Please. That will be my focus. Yes, Minority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Just to add that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the House suggested we sit on Saturday. Mr. Speaker, that is totally rejected. There's no reason for us to sit on Saturday. Mr. Speaker, on 2 occasions, his side dragged us out of our constituencies to this house to do what he described as urgent business, which is not different from what is the place here. He refused to even come and do his own business. Now that you have called us under normal circumstances, he's asking us to add another day, Saturday. Mr. Speaker, what is the justification? And that is why I adopt the position by the former running mate of New Patriotic Party, my own friend, Honorable Dr. Opoku Prempeh, who says that we should take the businesses that are urgent, that is appropriation in advance expenditure in advance of appropriation, and those items that are time bound. And then we call it a day. The new government comes and decide what priorities are. Then we do them, Mr. Speaker. So I think, leader, we beg you. I know you have a tough job, but to assume that we can do, you know it yourself, we cannot start any bill now. We've never even done it before. It is just not there. And I would encourage you, the atmosphere in the house today appears to be cordial. I entreat you to entrench the peaceful nature of this house towards Friday. Any attempt to do other things may not be good. And you also said the whips should do something about welfare. Leader, you have the key to addressing the welfare issues of this house. I have no control over the finance minister. I have no control over the common fund administrator. You can do that. I don't even know the last time I saw the what do you call it, the common fund administrator. All I know is that during the campaign, candidates of a particular party receive a lot of goodies from common fund. It's not from there. It's not from there. Okay. Honorable Dr. Opoku Prempeh said that it's not from there. I just said, I didn't mention anything. I said they receive goodies. One particular common fund. But it is not from the fund. But the only people who can cause the common fund administrator to disperse to the assemblies, the only person who can cause the common fund administrator to fulfill her mandate as in the constitution is you, not our side. And if he fails, maybe we will advise ourselves. So there is no shifting of responsibility. You have the opportunity. I've seen people call you majority leader today. Lift your expectation. We have 5 days to prove you are majority leader. I will reserve other comments.
Honorable members, we are on the business statement. Yes, Chairman, Business Committee, and Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, these items that have been listed on the business statement have not suddenly arisen. They are not matters that have suddenly arisen. They have been with us. In the spirit of continuity in governance, in the spirit of setting a certain novel precedence to guide tomorrow, I want to encourage my colleagues to cooperate with government to do this key government business. For instance, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague Ablakwa of Norton stated that the incoming government intends to reduce taxes and deal with obnoxious the tax regime we have, according to him. If that were to be so, why will this same incoming government reject the 1D1F, which is giving an incentive? Because we don't want too many imposition of taxes on corporate Ghana. What this tax is doing, what this is doing, is to take away the taxes. You say that you are going to rebuild taxes. We are giving an incentive. You say no.
Honorable Majority Leader, business statement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm responding to the consensus.
No, we are not debating the subject matter. We are looking at the business statement and the items.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that I did not just come up with these. We sat at the committee. It's a collective decision to bring this proposal. Mr. Speaker, they should know that they are coming to government. This opposition posture, you better change. I mean, you are no more in opposition. You better stop that your behavior. You should change your behavior. We should see signs of your readiness to govern and stop this violence, chaotic, stop. You are now.
Honorable members, please. We are not yet in the conversation. We are in the parliament and we have rules. These items found space on the order paper because they are pending business. And so if you look at the standing orders, you have to keep on capturing them on the standing orders because they are business before the House. They were earlier on admitted by the Speaker, they were presented to the House, they are before us and they are not completed. So they will always find space in the order paper. But I've stated clearly that in view of the limitation of time and the season, we will not do justice to this business if we decide to take them now. As a result of that, we should take on just a few key items that can keep the wheel of governance going and the public interest attended to. And that is why I mentioned those items, particularly as they've been agreed to by both sides of the House. And so let's take to that.
The others, there will be no time to consider them if you really want to do good business for the people of Ghana. Please, let's move on. There are other things that I want to inform you. But yes, minority leader.
Right Honourable Speaker, let me also comment on the business statement. The Speaker, this morning I made it clear to my colleague, the Honourable Afenyo Marken, that it will be wrong for an outgoing government to commit an incoming government to millions of US dollars, which will be a fiscal strain on the next budget. The Speaker, I said this on the backdrop that before us, they are proposing to buy ships worth 140 million euros at this time. The Speaker, it is very wrong for a government that has left, that is leaving office in 3 weeks, to commit 140 million euros. The Speaker, if it is extremely important for the state, allow the new government to commit them. Right Honourable Speaker, the tax exemptions before us, if approved, will have a fiscal burden in the next budget. So you are saying that the next government should carry your burden of $350 million? Mr. Speaker, no way. No way, it's not going to happen. Right Honourable Speaker, as we speak, there is no 2025 budget. Activities before us cannot commit to the 2025 budget. You don't know the priorities of the next government. Look, I reviewed the handbook before coming here. The Honourable Chairman Sabusu is a precedent to me. Okay, his authority on this matter. In 2016, what he said to us, and it is for that reason why today we were not able to take the loan for dam and go water. I brought dam and go water before us. They said to us that you cannot commit the next government, and if it is urgent or important, allow the next government to take it. So, Mr. Speaker, issues that will commit this country, as long as our budget is concerned, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that let us leave it for the next administration to handle. But there are other low-hanging fruits here, like the Environmental Protection Agency bill. It is only, we finished the bill, we have left with only the third reading. Mr. Speaker, that one, if you want to do it, you can do it. If you don't want it, the next minister responsible for environment will come and do it. But anything else, Mr. Speaker, it won't happen. It will not happen. Thank you.
Hello, is that the Minister for Defense?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear that to take a commercial loan and for Ghana and the IMF to agree only simply means that there must be special reasons why the IMF will agree for Ghana to take a commercial loan. And he knows that it was the IMF itself that had to agree to open up the space for Ghana to be able to take this because Ghana does not have aircraft and ship. Doesn't have aircraft and ship for our military. I don't have a problem with the next administration dealing with it. But when there is an opportunity to do it and you don't do it, that is up to them to be to do it. I don't have a problem at all, and I just told you that at all. That we don't have a problem. I am saying that you have opportunity to purchase 2 ships from France for the Ghana Navy. If you think that you cannot do it now, Mr. Speaker, you wait and do it when the government comes. We don't have that problem. The new government comes. Nobody has that problem at all. I don't have a problem at all. If the IMF will agree and open for them to borrow next year, I don't have a problem at all with that. And so I will defer to them, Mr. Speaker, for them, because it leaves the burden of some of us to be able to do that. And the military know that they have been chasing this for 3 years. They've had an opportunity to do it, and they are those who purchase it. It's not this government. So if they think that they cannot do it, they have to wait and start all over again. Good luck to them, Mr. Speaker. We should hold on, we should not do it, and good luck to them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly, I think there's a need for this House either to schedule a joint purpose meeting. Mr. Speaker, most of the issues that are being discussed here are not, including even the security issues, are not good for public consumption. Mr. Speaker, it's for a good reason that on issues like this, the House will go into a joint purpose meeting for us to convince each other and know which way to go. But if I listen to the kind of discussion that we have, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't ignore to the benefit of my life. Therefore, I will advise to schedule a joint purpose meeting along the line so that we can speak across purposes and agree on which way to go. My humble submission to speak.
Yes, Honorable Member for Bull Central.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to call upon the majority leader to reconvene the meeting of the business committee so that they will take account of the guidance that we have given. You see, this order paper today has a lot of items to be taken, and it's wasting a lot of paper. It's wasting a lot of paper. So if they take a cue from the guidance that we have given and redraw the business statement, then you will not have such copious items on the order paper to be taken every day. In consequence, you will find out that whatever limited business we have to do, we can take 2-3 days and finish it. Then we don't even have to wait till Friday before we adjourn. So my humble submission to the majority leader is that he should reconvene a business committee meeting to redraw the business statement, taking account of your guidance and all that colleagues have said today on the floor. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Tamarinov. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the business statement that has been ably presented by the majority. Mr. Speaker, I will not wish to take part in the ongoing conversation on the other matters. I just want to crave your indulgence and make an appeal, Mr. Speaker, to you and the Business Committee to perhaps consider, even though the time is so short, space for a security briefing on the elections that has just taken place. Mr. Speaker, this government may not have the opportunity again to speak to this nation on how well or not they have handled security, especially in relation to the just ended elections. Mr. Speaker, I think this is important because
loss of lives during elections should not become a norm. Our elections should not always record the loss of Ghanaian lives. Mr. Speaker, it's becoming one too many. The first time we recorded this was in the 2020 general elections, where about 6 to 7 lives were lost after the elections. 7 to 8 lives. Mr. Speaker, just this election that has gone by, we are told of about 2 or 3 lives that have been lost. Mr. Speaker, indeed, as we speak, a family in Tolo, in Yankpala, is preparing for a funeral tomorrow with about 15 others nursing various degrees of injuries. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be accepted without us taking measures and proper briefing on what might have gone wrong. And so, Mr. Speaker, even though we do not have time, I will plead that the Business Committee considers a briefing to this House by either the Defense Minister or the Interior Minister or whoever was responsible for the provision of security in the just ended elections, so that the incoming government perhaps can take a cue and assure us that never again, after these 2 incidents, will we record loss of lives again during our elections. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble appeal to you and the Business Committee to consider. Thank you.
Honorable members, yes, Dr. Oboku Prembe. Before the Minister for Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you ably and aptly described the agenda that has been agreed between the 2 leaders. Probably what we didn't do was to say that it is a restated business statement for the rest of the week. But we have gone round and round and round, and we are coming back to the consensus to say maybe the leadership should meet urgently and consider things that the 2 sides can agree so that we go on. I also don't believe that we are going to sit here and pick and choose. If we are not going to, and we start with only 1 or 2 items, let's do those 1 and 2 items. And leave the incoming government with a free hand to operate as they want. But what has been agreed, both on expenditure for the first quarter of next week and other matters that we all agree to, let's do that. And we can rise in 2-3 days. I don't believe personally that we should go about doing first reading of the bill, second reading of the bill, third reading of the bill, because it all has implications on the physical balance of the country. There's not a single bill here that doesn't have cost implication for government. So let's leave it to them and let them inherit all the goodness of what we're trying to do, and let them bring in all the badness that they are bringing, so that guidance will go to the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I just want to support the position that the business committee has met. We have never had a situation where the business statement, the committee has met and we have done everything. What we can do within the next 4 days, Mr. Speaker, let's do it. What is not possible? Because if the 2 leaders or the leadership agree on what is possible, let's do it and move on. But Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to what my colleagues said. We as a country agreed from 2008 that ministers of state, government functionaries, including the MMDs, so municipal chief executives, the DCEs, ministers of state, government officials, members of parliament cannot and should not be in charge of security when it comes to election matters. It should be left to the purview of the security services led by the police. So at the national level, it is the Inspector General of Police who is in charge of the security, the committee that oversees the security when it comes to election purposes. And at the regional level, it is the regional police commander who is in charge of it. And at district level, it is the district police commander who is in charge of it. And so that's how it is. There's an election committee at the national, at the regional, and at the district. If you are calling the Minister for Interior, he will just simply come and tell you he was not in charge of it. It's the IGP. If you call any other person, whether it's defense or interior or any of the ministers, they will just be there. They will have no answers because at the day of before elections, the election and after election, it's the security people who are in charge, led by the Inspector General of Police. And so if the Speaker thinks or the House thinks that they want to call the election security to come and bring this House, it cannot be members of it cannot be ministers or government appointees because they have no role. And in fact, it was good. It's good that the executive were not in charge of security. It's always been like that because you cannot be a judge of your own court. It's wrong. And so that's why if you are calling somebody, it can only be the IGP and his team that will come and then you decide what happens. But I can say the record does not speak, or the record does not support your position that it was just 2020 and 2024 that people died out of election. I can tell you 2004 in Togo, go and find out, and several other places, people lost their lives. But Mr. Speaker, it's the decision of this House. If they want to call them, we can discuss this thing. But just like somebody hinted, some of these discussions is helps when we first do a committee of the whole, and after that, if we decide that there are some things that we want to talk to the public about, we can come talk to the public about. I don't have any problem. It's a public debate we want to do. We're willing to do a public debate, anything, anywhere, anytime, and any place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we now proceed to adopt the report. And let me once again reiterate to all of you, particularly those of you who, as members of Parliament, are given the opportunity to be ministers of state, together with the leader of government business. The Speaker presides over the business of the House. At least, even if not captured by our rules, the Speaker should have great knowledge of the business coming before the House. Don't bring business to the House and the Speaker gets to know the business just on the order paper. How are you going to manage the debate on the business? These things we are talking about concerning the agreement between the Republic of Ghana and the military. I'm just seeing them on the order paper. I have no document, I have no briefing, I have nothing. And I'm expected by our rules to be the one admitting the business and the business being referred to the business committee to deliberate upon and schedule for the consideration of the House. I've told you a number of times that please don't try to shortchange the Speaker's role in this matter. It's very important. Because sometimes when you are having this debate, the Speaker is able to intervene to also draw attention to the national interest. And sometimes the Speaker prevails in doing that and is able to convince both sides of the House to adopt the business. But if the Speaker has no knowledge, there's nothing you can do. But I already had discussion with the leaders. And I also took note of what has happened in previous years. And that is why I guided the House as to the essential items, in fact, the critical items that we should consider within this week. In fact, I proposed this Saturday for us to sit. Because I thought that by Friday we might not have completed these items. So I added Saturday. If need be, we should sit on Saturday. Make sure that we complete them. Because after Saturday, we're going into the Christmas recess, in fact, Christmas break. And then by the time we return, it's around 28th. And you have some business around 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, where you start making the necessary preparations for a transition. By our new standing orders, there are a number of things we have to do including the government of the day, to pave way for the new government to take over. And so all this has been factored into the presentation I made. Once again, I want to urge you to be guided by that presentation. As we sit, we have the presidential transition team, the technical team, working on the details of the transition. We have in the law, that is Act 845, the functions of the team. And there are some things that they have to do. And we in this house have a role to play. If you go to Section 2 of the Act, it's clearly stated there, at 2C, the functions of the team are, and will include 2C, to ensure that the salaries, allowances, facilities, privileges, and the retirement benefits of awards are determined, Roman 1, by the President, under Clause 7, Clause 1 of Act 71, and Roman 2, by Parliament, under Clause 2 of Act 71, and which are due to the holders of the offices specified in Act 71 of the Constitution, are paid or accorded to those persons without undue delay. So we have a lot of work to do around that time. We know we are all agreed that there is a need for reforms. But until the reforms, these are end. And this involves a lot of public officials, not politicians, a lot of public officials who actually take what we call gratuity. Not ex gratia, gratuity. So we need to find space for this. And I will propose that leaders to focus on that and put in place a committee in readiness to receive the report. I was expecting to get a copy of the report today. Unfortunately, it hasn't yet gotten to the destination. I haven't received anything like that. And so we want this house to have a dedicated committee or to constitute itself in the committee of the whole, so that immediately it arrives, they are able to go into the details and to present the report for the approval of the House. And that deals with the conditions of service for the executive and the judiciary. So please, members, let's take note of that. We don't have the pressure of time, and we need to hurry up on these critical matters. We need them before the end of this month, and then we can now pave the way to transit, because the intention is for the next Parliament to be sworn in not just on the 7th, but we are proposing, and it is stated in the law, the Presidential Transition Act 2012, that the election of the next speaker be done 2 days to the end of the term of the Parliament, so that you don't have to be doing elections on the 7th of the speaker. It will let with swearing in of the speaker, who now swear in the members, including the deputy speakers. And that will give a very seamless transition for the House to move to swear in the president on the same day. Now, illustrious luminaries, the guests that we invite from other countries, don't come and spend the whole day waiting for us to banter over who is speaker, elected speaker on the floor of the House. So we are finding space for all this. So we don't have the leisure of time to be going back to consider very substantive, controversial matters. Please, let's have faith in each other and allow governance as a continuum to lead us to develop our nation. I think this will be my last appeal. and I will not entertain anybody taking us backwards. So please, able office, tomorrow's order paper, make sure that we do the right thing by eliminating all this very heavy business load on the house, because we will not be able to do them. We should not keep on deceiving the public that these are before the house. On the issue of the Constitution Amendment Bill, that is very dear to my heart. But there were serious objections that were raised by the current government, and in the discussion with leadership, there was no agreement. And so we decided that since we all agree that it's important to make some constitutional reforms, why not let's carry it along to the next government for it to be comprehensively taken through the rest. If the need be for it to be taken earlier, it will be done within the first quarter of next year. So that was the understanding. So I had to remove that from my priority list and to allow the social protection bill, because again the leaders drew my attention to some benefits that will endure to the country, and it's not a controversial bill that we could take it through as quickly as possible. That is why it has been added to the list of priorities. So please, let's go on with that. With this, I proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the Business Committee as revised by members. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we've discussed and expressed opinions. My humble suggestion is that we should adopt the report subject to the issues raised, so that, Mr. Speaker, we come back to the House. I mean, the adoption of the report is not a finality. So, as revised, because we have not given specific amendment to it, and we agreed as a House, and I'm surprised that the minority leader coming to the floor to again raise an objection on a matter that by consensus we've agreed, but that is politics. Mr. Speaker, an impression is being created as if these items are new items that have suddenly arisen. It is not the case, but it's okay, I'll rest my case.
Minority leader, it's not fair. You know your colleague minority leader is not here, but both of you sat with me on this one. Yes, and you never agreed. He is not there. Now you got up to say you agreed, and you are trying to talk about at the business committee level. I wasn't present there. The meeting I was present was me and the two of you. You did not even allow your colleagues in leadership to be part of that discussion. And you disagreed. So you don't get up to paint a picture as if he's reneging on something he has agreed to earlier on. That's not fair.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to debate this point. Mr. Speaker, we had a business committee, and I have signed a business committee report. Mr. Speaker, for me, if members have new issues to deal with, we can deal with them. But let us adopt the report without any condition. And then we can take other matters up. That's what I want to suggest to the House.
Yes, honorable members, we have to keep on debating this matter. Yes, okay.
Speaker Sule, the Honorable Minority Leader, when he was to the business committee meeting, the Honorable Minority Leader was not there. So it's not like the two of them met at the business committee meeting. Leader, clear that. Secondly, the business committee meeting was supposed to be started at 9. The Honorable Majority Leader sent a message that they should send it to 10 a.m. By the time the Honorable Majority at the person got there, Leader, you had completed the meeting and closed the meeting and left. When he got there, he disagreed and wanted the meeting to be reconvened because you misled him with the time. So if you come here and you are not painting him as if he went to the meeting and agreed with you, only to come here and have a change of mind, you are not being fair to me. For Christ's sake, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minority that was clear at the meeting. He said he wanted clarity. We should select the items to be agreed upon before coming here. And you prefer a point that when you get here, he can express his opinion. He has come to do say, and you are painting him black. So which is which? So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we should go by the path that you are charging to, and that is the best way to go. As expenditure in appropriation, you go and say that, oh, and these people don't want workers to be paid. Let's prioritize that. When we finish that and there's something to be done, that one will be up to us.
Honorable, I heard that.
Speaker, I think that we all know that whatever is contained in the report constitutes proposals to us as a house to accept or reject. The proposals were made. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, you drew attention to the fact that given the time at our disposal, we will not be able realistically to cover all the items that are being proposed. And you suggested that we prioritize certain items. Members raised issues, rejected some items contained in the proposal. You have put it through a vote, and he is saying that we should accept everything. When members are very clear that certain items contained in the proposals are not acceptable to them. If you don't accept a revised proposal, this side is likely to vote against it. And if we vote against it, then there will be a problem. So please accept a revised proposal as indicated by the Speaker so that we can move on. Please. We raised issues about the tax exemptions. We raised issues about the bill. In fact, your own side is even against some of the proposals and said that let's deal with the expenditure item for the first quarter of next year. And then we close. So there's not no consensus on all the items contained in the proposal. That is why we should accept the Speaker's proposal that let's adopt a revised business statement report. And then we can move on.
So, Majority Leader, you want me to put the question without the word revised? I just put the question. Those who are in favor of the adoption of the report, then they vote.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me make this important point. Then we can draw the curtain on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the practice in a parliament is for government business to be tabled on the floor, views expressed, and a vote taken. Mr. Speaker, these items have been business of government since some have been on the business or order paper since 2022. Some have been on the order paper since May. Mr. Speaker, what is their problem? If you say you are opposed to it, so be it. Let us come with a motion. You have your 137. Your 137 will say no. Our 138, if we have it, we vote for it. 2, Two, Mr. Speaker, on the judges, the committee is done with its report. You participated. The report is supposed to be laid. If you are against it, that is your principal position. But you cannot say that government business, because you nearly disagree, we should not list it on the order paper, or that it should not be a matter for business committee to consider. We will be setting a bad precedent for democracy. We will be setting a bad precedent for democracy where members will say that because they disagree, they will vote against a business statement to say that we agree for this item to be on the business statement. We don't agree for this. What you do is to wait to express your opinion. And when you express your opinion, if at the end of the day your opinion carries a day, so be it. But Mr. Speaker, what they are introducing is very unknown to our democracy. Very unknown. And I won't accept that. We should not set a bad precedent.
Honorable Majority Leader, please resume.
Thank you.
We have been confronted with these things before. It's not the first time. Go and read the Hansard of 2000. You come across a similar challenge that faced the House. That time I was chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. His Excellency the President was the ranking member. Go and read it. The same issue of nomination of judges to the Supreme Court came up. And there was serious objection by the minority then. And the then government had to drop those nominees. Go and read the answer. And the reason that were adduced, led by His Excellency the President at that time, they are there. So don't create the impression that this is the first time that a challenge is facing the House. If there's a need for us to improve upon it, and I believe there's always a need to improve on these things. Okay? Let's say so, and let's go upon it. But I gave you a reason that these matters are so important that we need time to consider them well. If you wanted to always sit till midnight or the next day, I'm available. Luckily, I'm very healthy now. You know, I can sit through. Be prepared, but let's do a good job to make sure that the decisions we take will be to the benefit of Ghana and Ghanaians. That's most important. Not just rush through them and then maybe further aggravate the economic or social situation in the country. That's my worry. We have spent the whole day today not doing much. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I'll put the question. If I put the question as you have requested, I'm trying to look at your numbers. But sometimes I have to save you from embarrassment. I have to look at your numbers and look at their numbers to see whether you are likely to win or lose. You have to adopt. You have to adopt the business. I have to put the question. To adopt. Yes, go on. We should check the rules. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the business committee reports have been submitted. And issues have been raised. Some issues have been raised. Some of them legitimate with respect to the time available to the House for doing justice to some of these matters. On the other hand, Speaker, the matter being raised by the majority leader is also legitimate in the sense that if a paper is to be presented to the House and a decision is taken that no, we're not allowed you to use the paper to the House, it means that technically you are saying that you are now cabinet business to come to the House. That would be a dangerous precedent. and technical. Also for the Speaker giving a very useful guidance as to going forward what should be done. Speaker, it is useful. However, we must also be careful. Is it the case that the Speaker will say that I will allow this government business, I will not allow this government business? So even though I see a lot of sense in what the Speaker is doing, we must also look at the technical implications. I think that we have these matters before us. Admittedly, it's not everything that we can deal with. So we adopt a report and we consider those matters that have come before us. We get to first reading just rising and power. But we can't transact business on this. Like the second reading and so on and so forth. Because when we do the first reading, we now have to refer the matter to the appropriate committee to go and consider and report to the House. Do we have the luxury of time? We may not have that luxury of time, which then goes to what direction the Speaker is giving us. Now let's look at all these implications. So we become very pragmatic in the consideration of these matters. So I'm saying that time certainly will not allow us to deal with all these before us. I agree. But when it is advertised for paper to be presented and the indication that no one will allow this paper to be presented, that also has its own connotation, which in my view will not be good for the community. But we must be pragmatic. What can we do? What can we not deal with? The Speaker has offered some suggestions. Going forward, we look at what to do, what we can do, what we cannot do. As simple as that. Which is why the leader is saying that, okay, let's adopt the report. However, we must take into consideration the various suggestions that have come from. And that is my consideration.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is already known to us in this House that this meeting took place without the participation of our leader. That became obvious when Honorable Ahmed took the floor. He indicated that our side did not participate because they were misled regarding the time of the meeting. This is a very serious matter. And you have given further guidance. Indeed, I think that the proper thing to do is to adjourn and direct them to go and meet again tomorrow morning. Both sides agree on a common agenda and bring back to us. Because we will not approve an agenda that is entirely orchestrated by one side. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious. He did not dispute the fact that Honorable Ato did not participate in the meeting. He did not also refute the fact that Honorable Ato asked for clarity in relation to exactly what should constitute the agenda. So clearly, this is not an agenda that was agreed upon by both sides. So he misled us, and so this House is being cajoled into accepting something that one side did not participate in deciding. So Mr. I think that the best thing to do is to adjourn, direct them to go tomorrow morning, meet, and then agree on something and bring to us. Informed by the debates that have taken place today, the discussions that have taken place today, and your own advice. And I heard you, Mr. Speaker, indicate that even you were not aware of the entirety of what we constitute the program. And that is why we recommended that we should stick to certain items that we think are more practical. And indeed, the great leader is agreeing that we must be very practical, that we cannot deal with this whole list of items that the majority leader is trying to impose upon us. So I urge you to adjourn and refer the matter back to the business committee. Let them meet tomorrow morning. Let them bring us a practical, acceptable, realistic agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, even though I allow you
for purposes of education and creating public awareness as to how we do our business. So sometimes around this meeting, it's important for us to note that the speakers listen to both sides of the house. And the information at the disposal of the speaker also includes the technical staff. Because the clerk is the principal advisor to the speaker on practice and procedure of the house. Apart from that, there are other authorities that get in touch with the speaker. And so I use that to advise. But when a business item is admitted by the speaker and it is passed on and processed for the consideration of the business committee and is scheduled for the attention of the house, that item cannot yet be prevented from being presented because it's not yet before the house. It's when it's presented that becomes the property of the house. And the house now will take time to go into it, bring a reform, or deliberation. It's at the time of taking a decision that the house will reject or approve it or adopt the report. When I talked about the adoption of the business committee report, I did that because I'm aware that when I say it's so adopted, a member could challenge this, to use the general word, ruling. And that meant that we have to put it to a vote. And so in doing these things, that's why I was drawing your attention to the fact that I have to look at the numbers on the floor, on both sides of the house. And sometimes I think that when you think that this matter is in the interest of the nation, and you want it to go through, but you see that if you put the question, it's likely to be rejected because those against it are more than those for it. Then you apply the other rules. And so sometimes I'm drawing your attention to the fact that yes, you are majority leader, you are in charge of government business, but don't imperil government business. And more so, having sat on that chair for many years, I'm aware always as a leader, you have to go back because you need the support of those in the opposition to be able to carry on government business. And so if you recall, you are not too old in the house, but at least you are not so young. There are a number of times even allowed in my tenure the opposition members to lead the business, to carry it through. It's very, very important. It's not for the individual's glory or party glory, but the national interest. So please, I will hesitate to refer it back to the business committee to reconsider. I thought the guidance had been given, and I was proceeding because all the important items have been stated, telling the table office to put across in the order paper for tomorrow's consideration. But if you, as leader of government business, insist that we should still carry on with all, well, it's for you. Because I didn't only talk about even the challenge of time. I also talk about the season. And I'm aware that a number of your members will not be showing up. I'm very sure about that. You can contest me on it. But I'm very sure they will not be showing up for the business of the house. Anyway, you have the last.
Let's speak up. The business committee meeting wasn't a one-sided meeting. Members of the NDC minority were part of the meeting for the records. I have not misled the House into believing that the report was consensus. This report was consensus. We arrived at the item
items by consensus. 3, the time agreed was 10 a.m. and it is a clerk to the committee that advertised it on our platform. It was not my time of choosing where I hurriedly convened a meeting without my other colleagues. But I agree that when the meeting had closed and Dr. Forsen had come in, he had expressed his own views about some of the items. Which views he expressed before you at the preceding deliberations. So, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't saying anything different. My worry is about the precedents we are setting on this matter. That the matter contained in the proposal should come before us. If it comes and we deliberate and we take a decision, that at that point is before the House. But if Mr. Speaker, at this stage, it's going to be a novel practice for the House to say that business committee meeting, because there is a disagreement, we are going to reject or take some out and amend. Mr. Speaker, as it pleases the House, you are to guide us, and I will yield to the suggestions that you want to put across. But I find it a novel practice. And again, and finally, the suggestion that some of these items are new are completely untrue. Mr. Speaker, these items have been pending for months and years, and my colleagues know. If we may not have our members, let's wait for that day. If our members don't come, I won't put it to a vote for me to lose a question. So, Mr. Speaker, let's get to the bridge and then we'll cross it. These are items that government wants to pursue. If we get there and we don't have our 138, we'll step it down. But my colleagues should proceed to oppose it when the thing comes to a vote, rather than to prevent it from being discussed. That one, I disagree. And I want Hansa to capture my side. Mr. Speaker, I've made my point. The rest lies with you. Thank you.
Anyway, Honorable Members, if you look at the order paper, item 10 deals with presentation of papers, which means that there are new matters to be presented to the House. The way you say there are no new matters is not wholly true. And I did draw your attention to the agreements dealing with the military on behalf of the government of Ghana and the French government. That one, I had no knowledge of it, and we just see it. So that's French business. And it's not only one. If you go through it, these are businesses to be presented. 10, A, B, C, D. They are businesses to be presented. So please, let's stop at this. But what happened at your business committee meeting is actually not on that discussion here. I think we should leave it at that, because I usually ask for better and better practice. Yes, please, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, for the records, I just want the majority leader to be aware that he misled us. Mr. Speaker, the business committee notice was issued with the time at 8 a.m. This morning, the majority leader changed the time, said let's do 9 a.m. At 9 a.m., he directed the clerk to change from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. You change the time twice. The test is here. On the platform is here. So we were calculating that once he changed the time to 10 a.m., it's 10 a.m. We got that 10 a.m., you have said with the meeting is over. Then you are telling that we are not misled. You misled us. If we got that late, it doesn't mean that we misled us. 8 a.m. is the meeting takes it at 8 a.m. When you said let's do 9 a.m., all your text messages are here. 8 a.m., you said let's do 9 a.m. Then later, the draft issue has been directed by the majority leader to reschedule the meeting to 10 a.m. That is here. Is it true or false? Then we're waiting 10 a.m. I took up that 10:13. You said the meeting is over. Then he said, no, let's meet on the AC. You said you are going to pursue other issues. When have you entered the way there? No, that's the case. You see, you are, no, Alex, let's take the rep. If you had admitted your mistake, that you misled us, maybe we would have considered you. But you misled us and you are continuing saying that for the record. Now you are proving to me that it was deliberate. Oh, let's beat them by the time. And take everything to the floor. Ask your deputy. When I took a question there, she said, oh, let's go to the floor so I can raise your issue here. Then he has come to do same, and you are saying that no, you shouldn't do that.
The minority leader indicated to the reason for the time change was that he said you had a caucus meeting. Mr. Speaker, it was at the instance of your leader. Please don't let us go there. The 8 to 9, 9 to 10 was because he indicated you guys had a caucus meeting. And I yielded. You may recall that on the same platform, we were to have the meeting last week. And Honorable Kwame Akwanje, the chief whip, requested that we do it today. And I again yielded. It was not because I wanted to be, I build consensus with you. When there are some small errors, they want to blow it out of proportion. Honorable Kwame, we were supposed to have this meeting on Friday. You said you wanted it today. I immediately agreed. Your side requested for a change in time. I agreed. They requested for it again. I agreed. And then when we started the meeting, some of your members were there, and we started. So let's not go there. The point I've made is that if you have strong views, let it get to the stage where you can reject or otherwise. But to say that it shouldn't come at all is not acceptable. That's the point I've made. But I agree with Mr. Speaker that indeed I erred by saying that all the items have been on the business statement for some time. Some are indeed due. And that I concede on the correction made to my earlier submission by Mr. Speaker. I concede on that. Mr. Speaker, I believe we can make progress.
Honorable members, the evidence at my disposal is that initially the meeting was scheduled for 8 a.m. And then both sides came to the fact that they have to have caucus meetings. So it was shifted to 9. At 9, the information that they hadn't completed the meetings, so it was shifted to 10. That is the information at my disposal. And so this is what happened, which led to the change of time. We have gone past that. We are looking at the reality. It's a reality challenge. And so we will please keep what we have now, but we will do what we can do. I would guard against decisions that will work against the interests of the nation. And therefore, there are some items that I will not want to endanger in a deliberation now. And so my advice would be for us to take that and let the incoming government come to consider it. That would be my advice. Because if you consider it now and maybe it's rejected or you bastardize it, we may not have the opportunity to reevaluate it and maybe take a better decision on it. So please, honorable members, let's end it here and then proceed to other items. I see the very senior veteran member of Parliament, Honorable Cletus Aboka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly want to suggest that this is not the first time that the business statement has been subjected to debate and suggestions, etc. So like you observed earlier, I don't think that we need a second business committee meeting on this matter. What we should do is that we adopt the statement, we adopt the business statement, subject to the suggestions and recommendations that have been expressed on the floor, and we'll guide us. That's all. And then we continue. Tomorrow, as and when matters come, we do them. We don't need to go and have another meeting of the business committee, waste our time. We adopt the business statement as read today, subject to the amendments or suggestions that have been expressed on the floor, including your guidance. And we move ahead. That has been the practice. Former majority leader, the current majority leader is not in favor of it being subjected to any proposal. Because that was my earlier proposal. But you are not against it being subject to. Oh yes, then let's go there. Please.
That was the very view I expressed. Hands up would bring me out. I use the word yes. You see, Mr. Speaker, you know, the incoming majority, because of the limited nature of the appointment, all of you may be redundant. All of you will be redundant at the back bench. And you will always be redundant. And they will be looking for you, who come. Mr. Speaker, very soon, you will tell the incoming majority leader, look at your back, check behind you, there will be nobody. Because you will all be looking for things for your constituent. Mr. Speaker, be it as it may, I agree that we adopt the report subject to the views expressed, etc., etc. Let peace remain. Let there be peace. It's okay. Granted, I wasn't loud enough for this. Now, I bring clarity to it. Let's make progress. That is all.
Yes, honorable members, we need to debate this again. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, we don't need to debate this. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side, you've actually helped me when he was insisting that he shouldn't put a question because he wanted everything here to be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I will encourage you, and he's saying that whenever he got his numbers, he will bring things that we don't like and put them to vote. Mr. Speaker, I want you to be fair to him and all of us. Put the issues in the business statement to listen. So if the House decides that we are rejecting it, let's reject it today. Not on the day that we've got people on his side. So Mr. Speaker, I entreat you, put the issue to a vote. So that let us reject it for him to know that we are opposed to the attempt to grant tax waivers worth 300 million, which have been opposed for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, put a question. Don't even give him the opportunity because you were speaking to him in parable when you said to him that sometimes you protect him by asking him to look at his back. By looking at his back, Mr. Speaker, what happens the day that the people on my back are not enough and these are more? Then you try to take the charges, would that be fair on that day? Mr. Speaker, would that be fair on that day? Mr. Speaker, put a question so that we reject the business today, so that we can go and do a proper business committee meeting and agree on what is put on the business statement coming from the majority of the people on the business statement. That would be a fairer way of doing it instead of protecting him because he has almost counting back just like the votes they got. So that we who are in the majority will be in a disadvantage. This is the true nature of who you are. This is why the Ghanaian gave you a vote commensurate with the numbers you have. Yet you haven't learned any lessons. You haven't learned any lessons. You are still walking like this. Talking, you cannot tell us we are government. Look at the size of the government. Is this a government? Is this a government? This is less than the district assembly size of this.
The Speaker, very soon it will get to his turn. That
that is making us suffer today. I give you 6 months. You will go through the same process. But Mr. Speaker, don't worry. The rules book we have, the standing orders. I don't want to ask you to look into your books, your standing orders. But I want to tell you that there's no way that a business statement is required to be subjected to a vote. Read for me, read. Let's read past this. Read it, read. You quote me a rule that requires a business statement. Go and read the old rules and this one. Read the old rules. Dr. Mr. Agoja, read. You see, you are aspiring to be a new majority leader. Behave yourself. Don't behave yourself. Don't act as if you are still in minority. You claim you are in majority. Behave like somebody who is in majority. What's wrong with you? Read where you can find in the books.
To tell us, how do you adopt something in Parliament without taking a vote? Tell me which rule tells you how to adopt. Can Mr. Speaker just decide that the House has adopted without members? Tell me. Consensus. So there's no consensus here today. We don't have a consensus. So tell me which rule you are using. There's no consensus.
Yes, honorable members, the Business Committee report is accordingly adopted. Honorable members, when I use the word accordingly, subjected to, I want to use the word subjected to the comments made by members. These are rules that are developed through practice, because it's a report coming from a committee of the House. So there must be a procedure, albeit very informal, for the House to indicate that it has accepted that report. So it's not like a formal debate where you put the question House will take a decision. And so this is the procedure that was developed through practice. So we adopt it and then move on from there. Honorable members, we will now take item 9 at the commencement of public business. Presentation. Sorry, as a nice presentation of petitions. I don't have any indication that we have petitions before us. But we'll move on to item 10, which is presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: A, by the Minister for Finance, N.A. Roman 1. Expenditure in advance of appropriation for January to March 2025. It's not ready. It's not ready. Yes, Honorable Sechi, you want to present that paper? No?
expecting the minister to be in charge. But as we know, there is a role for him to be the transitions team lead. So if it's been there, and Speaker, the meeting is holding. At the same time, there's also another cabinet meeting at 5. I'm just walking there to inform you that the ministry is on it. I guess maybe tomorrow should give me greatest day. But I guess, I mean, certainly because
I know the report is ready because I was given a copy to admit for the consideration of the business committee, which are there. The challenge we have now is whether there is any authority here presented on behalf of the Minister of Finance. If there is none, then we could leave it to tomorrow, where he himself, as we indicated, he wants to be in charge of it. So we honorable members defer that item and then we move on. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, as we always say, we learn. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chairman Samuels has laid papers in this House. In fact, he's actually been presented a budget in this House. I'm surprised that both the leader of government business and the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs do not have authority to just lay what you are talking about in this House. I don't want to believe there's any conspiracy. Mr. Speaker, one of them can actually lay this paper. Just lay it. Normally they will tell you it's just lay it, it's just lay it. Honorable Chairman Samboso has laid papers for Finance Minister, Energy Ministry, in fact, one of the days we call it Minister for everything. So it is difficult for me to understand why my good friend, Honorable Afenyo will not even lay this paper on behalf of Finance Minister. Apart from that, Honorable Chairman Samboso, who actually has presented on record a budget in this House, equal to be a finance minister, can lay this paper and refer it. Tomorrow we'll deal with it. Mr. Speaker, if they delay this and tell us this is one of the reasons we sit on Saturday, Mr. Speaker, that will not be fair to members. That will not be fair to members. They have all opportunity today. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the third day of resumption, the government has not presented any business. That is the fact. They haven't presented any business. Yet, the leader of the House is requesting for you to add another day, which is a Saturday. How fair is that in front of this House? When you have no business on the third day. Mr. Speaker,
Minority Chief, actually he hasn't requested that I add Saturday. He hasn't done so. I looked at the nature of the business before the House, and it was my proposal that we could not complete the business that I prioritized within the 5 days. So I added the Saturday. You have a good case because it means that it's a sign that they want to delay and then we will compare to sit on Saturday. But also don't forget that times have changed. One of the issues I raised was the fact that maybe even what I admitted, because of the current situation, might have made some amendments. And that is why I took into consideration the submission by Honorable Minister Monsu that the minister wants to take charge of it. He wants to do it himself. And so I just believe that let's defer it. If there been that kind of changes and he gets up to date and maybe you ask, could you give us some gist of what it will make? Then you'll be hard put. Where he could say something today and tomorrow, when it's presented by the minister, it will be something different. So let's leave it to tomorrow or him to come and present. Or what I was saying, Chairman, yes, please.
Speaker, just to concur and we can align with what we just said, that was the issue of space. And he knows that issues have come up recently in respect of some expenditures. The minister will have to evaluates these matters. It's not for me. So, Mr. Speaker, if the chief whip for the minority gets up and is attributing or imputing some improper motives, Mr. Speaker, he has some uncanny ability of introducing these matters into otherwise very sanctimonious issues.
Oh, actually, even if he did, those were not improper motives. They are proper motives.
You heard him.
I heard him.
That's
if the intention is to delay it and to push the time to Saturday, that motive is not improper. It's proper.
Mr. Speaker, the first leg is what I'm drawing attention to. Sought to impute improper motives. That it might be some conspiracy. He knows that those words are very offensive. He knows. He should not be indulged in this. In any event, this Speaker is also being the chief executive. Sometimes he knows that even in his status as the leader of cabinet business, not a minister, he cannot present items for the minister. But this is parliamentary practice that you must learn, or that you ought to know. So to say that, because the Speaker, I don't know for that time. I'll forgive him for his trespasses.
Yes, Honorable Member, the word conspiracy is not only negative, it's also positive. You can conspire to commit a crime. You can also conspire to prevent the always look at it like how many of you do. You think that when they say you belong to a tribe, it's negative. No, those are the building blocks of society, and they are positive. When they say you are being tribalistic, that doesn't mean it's a negative connotation. I don't ascribe to that view. It's the beginning of patriotism, loyalty, identity, and that is positive. It's not negative. Yes, please.
The Speaker, just want to know that we bring proceedings to an end. One comes to a new strength tomorrow morning. The Speaker, the bill is passed. The matter has been discussed, even though the decision has not been taken. I knew that the Minister for Finance will not be here to present this expenditure advance today. I knew. And the Speaker, it is for this reason that when appointments are being made, proper due diligence must be made. If the minister is engaged, what about the parliamentary candidate for Jones, the Deputy Minister for Finance, who was given that position to go and contest in Babos? And no, that is so.
Nti abusa ohwe abonten ase munye wi so munye wi nti abusa yaba bonten a e otumu se police for adama wa say ahase na nye wi nyam kwanti otumu se around there, like police people come around.
Oh yes. I saw this. I didn't watch it. Pictures be all coming. Take this opportunity. What's that? What's that?
And then I do bar. MP Bear. I mean, you know, MP Benadova. MP no, the MP Benadova. MP, me who need that. And then I was winning who need that. I know some better. Your friend say, Refini, Fantana, Mammy. Fantana, Mammy. Fantana or Bonium. Fantana or Bonium. Any mammy. You know, you're looking young, sir. Monga. Now, no, Peter Woody. Come on. Come on. Yamishano. Yamin one constitution. Yamishano. Oh, it's Yame Yame. So I say, Yamin so you are Doma, I was so sure. Because I knew easy to say, Barbie and Pisa. About to say, Bay and Pisa. So I say, about to say, a man who cry, yet didn't remember it. Oh, say, Yatiari. Why, Katie Hammer. What Yari? Didn't know what Yari. Oh, and I say, oh no, did you boys not them? How did you eat not them on the 20 hours? What you make us the whole gun, a youth in I said, but there's one bar. Oh man, I'll be there. Oh my, and last but one, your friend is almost certain. And I think say almost after here no, I'm last now. I'm transition to the 9th and 10th. It's almost a 6th. No, say Parliamentary. Saying this is the 8th into the 9th Parliament. You know, and the a very different. Honor John Dumelo Monema. Kamea kasema Lydia. I was Afronita. I was Afronita. Obe aso kasa. Emi so mo you. Yo, I so mo you. Okay, mama fa short. Okay. Easy, abushia. So. Yeah, I saw a movie Parliamentary. You know, we're giving every year or so in your action. You know, I wish I also on my pay. You know, we'll be going out. Yeah, mom shorter. Say, Moshe. Daily watch TV, so I'm saying, I'm paying 7.5 from the
Thank you. Okay.
I have a message for people. Anything to say?
I've already given my message. Yes, it's, we give thanks to God and thank you to all who cast their vote. But to be assured of the fact that my representation of the constituency is not just for my party or those who voted, but as usual, as in my previous terms, it's to represent all members of the constituency and to work diligently to make sure that they're getting the best that they can as a constituency. Yeah, thank you. You just refuse to back down. Only when you know that.
This game, back down. You yell to that, you're going to be down the more. So sometimes, you know the way the guns fight. My way, then he's down.
But only back.
Take care, my dear.
Thank you.
Come here.
Went to Sham, had a very
good shake. I have to make it a point.
Oh, that would be nice. It's good to see.
Yeah, I had to put this on. It was so cold in the chamber. The air was blowing on my head. Yeah, it was very cold.
It's tomorrow. I don't think I'll put it on the next one.
Make a statement with your outfit. Oh my. Yeah. The man with my mother's name. Yeah. You see, I was with your mother. I know you are. Oh,
sorry. I told one interview. 2 minutes.
Oh, there.
Make a change as a parent. Also, I even put it. But just about the victory last week.
Victory last week.
2 minutes. Now a minute.
Hello, Ebusha. This is Senator Inti, and also Abba Parliament, and there was a bonny three. So to me, say, more Parliament, and then no more Senator Rollins into Rollins Ban. I was say, we winning as Parliament, we winning what the constituency, we winning one more. What you say, or the assembly a tuja. Emma, inti no, Abusia. If I say audience and be too young, what you say, and then the AC universe and then the kitchen.
You are a record 3-time member of Parliament for Clotikoli. How excited are you about the prospect of representing this great constituency again?
Well, there is a bit of excitement, but there's also that sense of responsibility because my previous 2 terms were in opposition, and this term is going to be as a member of the ruling government. And of course, expectations are very high, and it's also about managing expectations because the reality of where we are is Ghana is in a bad space, and a lot of work has to be done to get us out of this. And it's going to be an interesting challenge, and I do pray that we'll be able to deliver what we promise to the people of Ghana, which is
what do you think did the trick for you this time? Because you came up against some very strong opposition. What do you think did the trick for you?
Well, I think at the end of the day, by God's grace, people decided who would be a more genuine representative in spite of the amount of money that was pumped into the constituency. And I believe that's something that happened across the country. And I'm really glad that the voters showed that level of discernment because to my surprise,
to say MPs from paying from before. I'll give you the handshake. Call. Into what you say. Go for bedroom say maybe because of science and some opportunity omubube funa de ba otumu say any journey a womb any journey de womb pop nti otumu say any journey womb kasa
nepotism, things that, you keep imposing excruciating, obnoxious, nauseating, nuisance taxes on the ordinary Ghanaian. Then those who can pay, corporate Ghana, a selected few, just about 46 companies, because they are your cronies, they shouldn't pay taxes. They should have tax waivers. Why? When everybody else, when the Ghanaian people, the masses, in the face, and even organize a party and baked an e-levy cake, insulted us on top of it, and all of them, party. When the Ghanaian people said that, look, we hate e-levy, Momo, the ordinary folks, don't tax it. They defied us. That's why they have been punished. We have stated that we are the only country, many months after COVID has been declared by WHO as no longer a pandemic. Ghana is the only country that our president continues to tax us. We have said COVID levy should go. They are refusing to abolish COVID levy, refusing to abolish the emissions tax, refusing to abolish the betting tax. And yet they've selected a few crony companies, and in this last minute, midnight, at the death of the administration, when they have been so roundly rejected by unprecedented margins, a margin of over 1.6 million, you still want to come and smuggle tax waivers. We are not going to accept it. We would not, because we are coming in to remove all of these obnoxious taxes. So we are going to have to deal with revenue shortfalls because of these taxes we are going to remove. The companies who must pay their fair share, you want to select your crony companies, about 46 of them, and make us lose revenue of over $350 million. That $350 million, it can help the new government to establish the Women's Development Bank so that our women can have their capital. That $350 million can help us to implement the no-fee stress so that first-year students who gain admission to our universities will not have to pay admission fees. It can help us to complete the e-blocks. It can help us to complete the Agenda 111 hospitals. Why do you want to deny the new government, the incoming government, of over $350 million in national revenues? Because you don't want your crony companies to pay their fair share. Look, the only matter we will work with, so far as revenues are concerned, is if they agree with us that immediately we should abolish e-levy, we should abolish the COVID levy, abolish the emissions tax, abolish betting tax. That one they will get our cooperation, because we've stated clearly on the campaign trail, it's in our manifesto, and we said in our first budget, the first 120 days, we are going to abolish all these taxes. But any other revenue measure targeted at supporting crony companies, nepotistic companies, how did they select those companies? What criteria was used? And they hide under, we are supporting 1D, 1F. It is not true. They just don't want crony companies to pay their fair share, and we are not going to allow that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
1 minute,
Okay. The year can say, Yakoko Tuaba, Ghana for Atu Etia MPP, Omo bad governance. A day a hunchiraba, Yenyana Yahuachri, Meno Casas say, Dodona Omo investments in the name of financial haircut. One Casa Usika, why investment? You can't have access to it. Oshe Yamai Bibia Assay, the Yehun de Bia, any Katashisha, dream, any project. Yaba Parliament and there, yet the Naya Jin said, urgent matter. You expect to say a better business statement. Yabayan Hojuma. Any the budget for the first 3 months. The first 3 months of 2025. So that new finance minister Ebe presented the budget of the new government to indicate the priorities of the new president. President-elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And the Galamsey matter, amending the LI, those are urgent matters. But to our surprise, no, the Honorable Afenyo Makin and the MPP side, and Nema Ghana for are rejecting this business of tax waivers. Over $350 million tax waivers, or more selective or more companies, crony companies. EPSA, Yama, those about 46 companies, no, tax waivers, say, or Modia or Muntia taxes. Yentiasia, for many, many months, Ghana for any year on the minority side, Yaka say, the issues about your taxes which have to be addressed. Any taxes are a year very obnoxious, nuisance taxes. They say COVID levy. Ghana Nkwana, COVID, WHO declared is no longer a pandemic. Many months ago. Yankwana, Yaguswa, Yeji, COVID levy. Yankwana, Yeji, e-levy. Betting tax, emissions tax. Taxes, we muka say move movie on mine from taxation to production. Mumuna mwabe impose taxes are kuyen, businesses are collapsing. Let us rather address that. Ye e-levy, COVID levy, emissions tax, betting tax. Instead, no, they more selected more favorite companies, crony companies, about 46. Kase yen supported tax waivers for them in excess of $350 million. Minya, sa $350 million. Mupese mu deny incoming government, President Mahama government. No? Imagine what that $350 million can do. Yakase yaba. Ya pese ye establish Women's Development Bank. Sa $350 million. Ebe to me abua. Ama yamba Ghana mba under the first female vice president of the republic, Professor Nana Jopokwaji. Ama omo to me anya omo capital to expand their businesses. Sa $350 million. Ebe to me abua ye. Ama ya expand the access in education to abolish double track, because to me a completely e-blocks, no, AC dormitories, AC classrooms. There's no need for this, very detrimental double track to continue. So $350 million. I bet to me a boy, where you're coin, your hospitals, your hospital re-equipping for more than 10 years. The last time I Ghana, hospital re-equipping, you tore X-rays, MRIs, dialysis machines, more than 10 years ago. $350 million. And the said, President Akufo-Addo Baabaimu, Munko ka in the first state or initial address. Or ka say tax waivers no, ku on mine, tax waivers in ye. Now tax waivers no, as I say, address it. Into a day na assessor. Adana why U10. In this last minute, midnight way, mo per se, yebe approve tax waivers. of over $350 million. As I said on the floor, they will not get our support. They won't get our cooperation. The only revenue measure you best support you any e-levy, you abolish it. Betting tax, you abolish it. COVID levy, you abolish it. Emissions tax, you abolish it. Adena taxes are a beboa the ordinary folks. And no dear, mon pese mu ye hu ejuma, mon pese mu be abolish it. But companies a kuku dam, kesiye omo ewo the muscle, the financial muscle to pay their fair share. Omo dear, mon pese omo beti omo fair share. Mo pese mu mo omo tax waivers. More selective 46 of them. Say mo be ma omo tax waivers, ma omo ntua taxes. Meanwhile, the masses, yenyana, ya pamuchosa say e-levy should go, COVID levy should go. And during the campaign, mo anti say Baumia eka say COVID levy on support Ebeko, say e-levy, obechum. This is the opportunity. Why are you bringing something else? Something that you didn't promise the Ghanaian people. That's something that is not, contained in your manifesto. Something that in your first State of the Nation address, okay, say tax waivers, no, deny Ghana revenue and why? Inti edena asisa. Inti yama firm indication and assurance. Say this tax waivers agenda, no, enya dia yabepene. The only business I say this time, but these few days we have this dying moments of the 8th Parliament, and it's one budget so that we can pay workers for 2025, the first 3 months. Number 2, Galamsey, the Galamsey crisis, the LI has to be repealed, and then possibly number 3, the transition. OTA Speaker Bagbin, the presidential transition bill, and maybe an environmental protection bill. Now we were almost done, but any business out of this, particularly tax waivers, no, any idea you have
Honorable, so more programs, 24-hour economy, and many programs are more personal any policies. No, this it is too early say because you repeal such taxes. Maybe I'm taking more time. And I'm going through. No more near was a way and I say it's not some kind during campaigning. You want to do that?
No, it's not too early at all. OSHA, your manifesto, Yakase, first 120 days. These are our priorities. These taxes must go because Ghana for bread. Okay, Afro barometer. 8 out of 10 Ghanaians. I say, this country is in the wrong direction. Ghana for work, I say, 41% of them say unemployment is a big challenge. Omunim in Kofwa, they've gone to bed. Omakoda, the whole day. Omonya eduane endi. Ninyana wa Afro barometer. If you look at even the scale of the defeat of the MPP, I want you to we have no excuse. And Ghana for Amaya, the numbers, we have over 2/3. We have no excuse. I can assure you, sir, this matter will receive the urgency. President Mahama will not hesitate at all. In the spirit of the shocking defeat, usher the scale. MPP for a co-opposition, but we didn't envisage say war the Parliament of Ghana. It's clearly no Ghana for I can say look more policies in bre all the corruption, state capture, the tax waivers. State capture now. How did they select those companies? What you say Ghana companies among tax waivers? Modi Amako selecting my favorites 46. Say over $350 million on Muntia Bibia. No, we are not accepting that. They should pay, they have the means to pay. They should pay their fair share. And then Ghana for Dudona or more bread. They don't have anybody to speak for them. No. Now, these nuisance obnoxious taxes, Ghanaians have voted for a reset. And that is what we must deliver.
Finally, for me, maybe sir, in some speaker kind you have no business disappointing Ghanaians. This huge numbers and for Obama said daunting tax will be to me a deliver Amagana for so we saying to you about them.
Ghana for actually say ye mau to me the two Obama na say woba na 1 year there or mope 1 year there o say wobe ye o dear a hand time a humaswo corruption, state capture, Yentiobia, Ghana for Canal, more impunity, they will punish you. Indeed, that is the lesson. That lesson, no, it doesn't go to only the MPP. Young Krana, as I say, you're taking that lesson even more because they are down and out. They are licking their wounds. But you want to men. We have to learn those lessons. There's a saying, when there's a fire in your neighbor's house, you look for water put near your beard. The fact of the matter is the Ghanaian people are in no mood for bad governance, for corruption, for arrogance, for impunity. And this is a challenge, and we will rise up to the challenge. I have no doubt, President Mahama, and you will see from the first decision, the appointment of Beye, Onko appointee over 100 ministers as President Akufo-Addo did. He will not go beyond the 60. And we will say, Obe rationalize it, realign ministers, and he will have a very lean government. And that will be the first sign. And then budget or the you can envisage, say, budget now or be presented by March of next year. You will see that his priorities, the promises he has made, the taxes, as I say, free the pledge to even my people, the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage by the VRA. First to name was the first 120 days. Obe Pesika are compensated victims, Astati AC Adain Amaomo, and then the probes, the Aura operation, recover all loot. These are the reasons why Ghanaians voted for us. Media, I don't see it as daunting, because to me, I don't know promise to me, all we will call for is the support of all Ghanaians. And I would also appeal to colleagues, we must now come into government with a new mindset. Say politics in Ghana, and business as usual. There is no safe seat anywhere. When whoever predicted, NDC, but we need Sunyanyi seats, Brekum seats, or the Okaikwe seats, or the Tema seats. I mean, think about it. There is no safe seat anywhere. Your Mao position, your Mao to me, that's a 1 year, you are gonna, you will be punished severely. That is a lesson. I expect that to rather inspire us and motivate us to deliver to the satisfaction of the Ghanaian people.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Inti utie honorable wakasa ye papa honorable aka menum asema osan oide otumi kan inti ohwe ahase dia otumi se ene de parliament de ayebubuja ayesamwe bi otumi se ene parliament ayebubuja ayesamwe bi a inti no abusia me dress ni de me fan che me de bi ma dress ni be won se o say to me ase me hu nyina ayese me hu nyina ayese eyi ma bo fan se gadget bi na de inti kuhwe yeah make it there. Yeah, I don't know, right? Into nsem there amaka bi ene and a lot have been said over here at the Parliament House and the meeting they've said a lot and a lot went on because I say misunderstanding because so and understanding be said because until market answer ama me like all the fans and everybody that stay tuned to watch me from the beginning up to this time. So said it had been a long day. We started from like the hours in there, almost 6 hours, like more than 6 hours, and you guys have stayed tuned for damn long hours and from the beginning out from the morning as I came on up to this time around. And Timu say my people have done a good job. And for the commenters now, people that commented that those who are saying things against, those who are saying things in favor of the party, this daily watch TV, don't forget to subscribe. Once again, share the live stream and then give a like. And I'm very, very grateful for each and everyone that stayed tuned from the beginning up to now. Say,
Even so, some people need to go to work and then stuff. Time you be able to stay on that 6 hours on this live stream. The BBS said people are stating for this long hours. And I will bring you some of the videos that you guys have not seen yet. Behind the scene videos will be a course on there. I will bring you all those kind of videos. Canada, Japan, so bar, BPMOS, Afenyo Markins, and the people were asking of Katie Amo Wamba. I don't know for what happened. There's a reason why I say honorable worry. I don't know why I went to me Amba. Mufan Chemi said he is not able to come on this. Kennedy Japan say only don't to me Kasa. He said it's on to me Kasa, and some people to my leader. She came no on one Kasa. Some people too came and they said they will not talk, and you need to respect their decision. Don't forget to subscribe, share this video, reach everybody. This is Daily Watch TV. See you guys in the next video. Peace out.